vamos acomodando. Bueno, muy bien, ahora sí, muy buenos.
Good morning. It's a great honor to welcome you to this conference organized by the World Bank, the Ministry of Economy and Finance, and Uruguay Innovation Hub. The topic is how to rethink innovation in Latin America and the Caribbean. I'm Romina Andrioli. I will be your host. And as a journalist, when I was invited to participate, I started wondering about innovation. One wonders, why is it important to innovate? Why is it important for a region, for our countries? And we all know about the context. We come after decades of growing at a very low rate in average. If we compare ourselves to other regions of the world, we depend on commodities and the variabilities of international prices. And precisely that is why innovation, to a large extent, provides an opportunity as well, an opportunity to move forward. And I kept on wondering, why is it important to innovate at the level of companies, of the business world in our region, for small and medium enterprises who, on a daily basis with a very reduced staff, have to carry on and contribute to the economy of a country. For such companies, innovation may mean survival, better competitiveness, more efficiency, and also an opportunity to dream about making headway so that you can go from being a small and medium enterprise to a large company selling to the rest of the world. I kept on thinking about this, how to bring this concept down to earth. I was talking to the team of the World Bank and they told me, well, that's the key. How do we bring this abstract concept to have an impact on the quality of life of our people, on the well-being of our people? And that's key. Why do we innovate? We innovate so that on a daily basis, we have better opportunities, better sources of employment, better salaries, opportunities to develop as professionals. And you may keep on wondering, is innovation something permanent? Do we have to innovate on a permanent basis, or do we have to stop at some point? Well, innovation, is it just technology, or does it go beyond technology? I also thought about the region we live in. We have limitations, and we see companies that on a daily basis have different possibilities. And one must decide what to do so that we can fund innovation or survive on a daily basis doing what I have to do every single day, but then provide some opportunity for innovation because it will help me move forward. And we could go on and on wondering about this topic. But there is something that we need to change, and that's our mental chip. What to do so that our communities and societies adopt this concept, so that all of us incorporate this new chip to find a way to rethink innovation, to rethink about permanent innovation in all we do. So that is the key. And we say, as a society, what can we do to become champions of innovation? What human resources need to be trained? When to start training them? So all these questions that I'm raising have answers. There will be answers during this day. And I would like to say also that we will have an opportunity to analyze all this. We will be discussing these concepts. The key is to maintain this dialogue around innovation. So I want to thank you all for being here today, being here in person at the Innovation Campus. And also, I would like to greet all those who are following streaming in many different countries at the same time. We have a lot to learn today. So we will now start with our first presentation. And let us virtually welcome the Minister of Economy and Finance of Uruguay, Ms. Azucena Arbeleche. Good morning. Welcome. We welcome all foreigners into our country. I thank the World Bank for organizing this forum, where together with private companies in Latin America, the agencies for the promotion of investment and innovation and the academia, we all get together to rethink innovation in Latin America and the Caribbean. In the annual meetings of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank, we were discussing about economic growth, which keeps being a challenge on a world level as well as on a regional level. On a world level, we have mediocre growth rates compared to the pre-pandemic ones. At the level of the region, we have to highlight that the growth is still low. Uruguay has understood that innovation is a tremendous opportunity, an opportunity for the country to grow its economy, to generate quality jobs. And this, no doubt, is valid for Uruguay and all countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. The Nobel Prize on Economics, Robert Lucas, said that the consequences of economic growth for the well-being of humans are so moving that once you start thinking about that, it's difficult to do it otherwise. A greater economic growth will bring better quality of life to our citizens. As part of innovation, the recent revolution of what we've called artificial intelligence is enormous. The use of artificial intelligence took some time to deploy, but now it's present in our daily life. In medicine, to diagnose, to accelerate the discovery of medicine, in agriculture, in monitoring harvest, controlling pests, in transportation, in safety and security, finance, education, and the speed at which these technologies evolve is exponential. We must pay attention to take advantage of these technologies. But at the same time, as government, we need to provide answers in terms of safety to access data, to define whether to pay or not when we use data. We need to respond about the capacity to process regulations and how we stand as societies from an ethical viewpoint in view of these changes. So in order to leverage these opportunities, Uruguay passed a law. Uruguay Innovation Hub is a program that cuts across different disciplines. It involves the Ministry of Economy and Finance, the Ministry of Education and Culture, the Planning and Budget Office, the Industry and Mining Ministry. And the objective of this program is to promote projects in science, technology, and innovation, and to move forward towards an economy that is based on knowledge. We want to attract investments from abroad, we want to increase the potential growth rate, and we want to generate quality jobs for the inhabitants of our country. The program has 3 sectors: advanced digital, green technologies, and biotechnology. Uruguay wants to take advantage of this opportunity to reach a new level of development based on knowledge economy. To do so, the work we are conducting is based in part on long-term assets like democracy, freedom of expression, respect to the rules of the game, and social cohesion. That's very strong. In addition, we have a macroeconomic policy that is credible, and today we have great expectations and the best risk qualification in history. And in addition, we have to add the human factor, Uruguayans, our talent. In closing, I believe that the region is facing a huge opportunity provided by innovation and technological change. This may imply a step forward in economic growth. Today, we'll be listening to different experiences that show that we do have technology available and we do have the talent in our countries. The region has a great opportunity to strengthen different areas where we already have comparative advantages and also become competitive in areas where so far we have not done much. We must have an intellectual endeavor. All agencies and stakeholders should be working together so that we really take advantage of this innovation era and revolution of the artificial intelligence, so that Latin America and the Caribbean may move ahead, providing well-being to our populations.
We thank the Minister of Economy, Susana Arbeleche, for her message. And now we will invite Valeria Di Fiori, who is the resident representative of the World Bank in Uruguay, who will give us a welcome message. Valeria, the floor is yours. Thank you, Romina. And it is a pleasure to be here in this wonderful day in this place that is all lit up. It's so new and so much innovation is all around us. And so it's a pleasure and welcome everyone. I would like to start from what the minister said, that we have the possibility of giving a growth leap to improve everyone's life. And I totally agree. From the World Bank, all we do, all our work is focused on improving the well-being of people, and that is what we will be discussing today. We see every day in our work how innovation fosters inclusiveness and improves the quality of life of people. But what are we talking about when we talk about innovation? Bill Maloney will mention it, talk about it further, but innovating is the possibility of identifying, adapting, implementing, and ultimately inventing new technologies to do in a different way the same things we do to improve processes. And let's think about a small pasty company that it works for the small area, the neighborhood, and can give a leap and start doing things differently. And I'm going to mention a company where my sister used to work, and she and her husband bought some devices to close the pasties. They did them much faster. They made them much faster, and it was an improvement in the well-being of the people who worked in that company. And why am I bringing this example? Because sometimes when we talk about innovation, we forget that 70% of the workforce in our region works in companies with less than 10 workers. Many have 5 or are just sole proprietorships. And these are things that we will be talking about here are fundamental for each one of the economic stakeholders. And why are we talking about all this? So I'd like to think the message is a bit hard, but it's also hopeful that if we look back in 1900s, Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay were as rich as Germany and France. And now we know that the situation is quite different. And there are simulation studies that show that 83% of that divergence is due to slower and partial adoption or incomplete adoption of technology. So again, we need to adopt and adapt technologies that can start those growth engines that would get us closer to these developed countries. Uruguay and the importance of innovation is very clear for it. And this event is one more in a list of events that have been held in Uruguay in the last few months. The event of the innovation and artificial intelligence of the IDB in August, and a few days ago, they presented the result of a cross-cutting study with the participation of key stakeholders on the issue in Uruguay to make proposals of improvements for innovation in the country. So innovation in Uruguay has become a cross-cutting issue that is a priority in the public agenda. And Uruguay, for all the Uruguayans know it, but for a regional audience, has implemented very interesting innovations in the last decades, both in digital government, where Uruguay has a very important position, in global indexes and education, where the Ceibal plan, Uruguay has been one of the first countries in the world that has given a laptop to each child and teacher throughout the country. In the agricultural issues, where by reaching total traceability of its stock, it has become a leading exporter of quality beef. But there's a lot to be done. And how are we going to do it? And this is what motivates us here today in this conversation. Bill Maloney, our head economist for Latin America and the Caribbean in the World Bank, will give us a snapshot of some guidelines of policy that he's proposing in a new book that he's about to publish, and whose executive summary we are launching today. And we will use it with regional leaders, but especially Uruguayan leaders, with these topics about how to foster innovation through human capital and entrepreneurial capital and public policies. And so the last thing I'll say is that the most important thing is what happens after this event. And I hope that this will be a call to action for all of us to work together so that innovation is at the center of growth. And I hope that this will be one more step in reaching common agreements that will lead us in that direction. So thank you very much and welcome. Can you hear me? Thank you, Valeria, for your kind words. And I was saying throughout the day, we will be answering and also analyzing the complexity of these topics. And we will have a panel of experts on the topic of innovation who have been studying for years this topic, the productivity of our region. And we also have a panel of entrepreneurial leaders that started, as I said, precisely with the small SMI, and they reached that big leap. And we have people who specialize in public policy, those who are in charge of having a global vision so that we can see where we're headed concerning innovation. And Valeria was mentioning three things that I noted to land this concept that cannot be remain as an intangible. This pasty example and the closing methodology is innovation. The Ceibal plan, which was a big innovation, and the traceability of our livestock. These are three specific examples. I will let you, now I will tell you that the next presentation will be in English. So if you need translation, you have the equipment available on the table on the side of the room. for the opening speech, recovering the missed century in Latin America and the Caribbean, the challenge of creating learning economies in the region. I will introduce now Bill Maloney, the Chief Economist for Latin America and the Caribbean of the World Bank. He's a student, passionate about this topic for many years.
Pues muy buenos días a todos.
Good morning to you all. I thank the Ministry of Economy and Finance. Thank you to the Innovation Hub for opening this opportunity.
Aside from organizing this, I'm going to speak in English. Not sure why, but I guess we have to mix it up. I want to talk about innovation. But rather than aterrizarlo, I'm going to take it up a level first. Because I think that our current problem of slow growth and lack of diversification has very deep roots in where we're coming from as a continent. So let's start. Where are we? We're kind of in a state where we've achieved very good macro management, but very poor growth. It's kind of a robust mediocrity. A resilient mediocrity. And it's a problem because even in the poster child for market-based, market-friendly reforms, we're not growing. We haven't had productivity growth for 15 years in Chile. And it's kind of a problem in the region in general. If you look, for instance, at the ratio of GDP to the United States, to the G7 GDP, emerging Asia continues to rise. Whereas Latin America has been falling. This is 1980. It's been falling or stagnant. So we've lost a lot in the last 4 decades. And as a result, we've seen people saying this old model isn't working. We have to find something else. And that's led to a search for new industrial policies. And you have some folks like Danny Roderick and Nobel Prize winner Joe Stiglitz saying we need to have a structural transformation policy. And then we have others like Mariana Mazzucato saying, look, we need a mission-based making of markets. In both cases, it's kind of, we have to force structural change. And that's all interesting, but what I want to argue is that before we can do any of that, we need to deal with some underlying issues which have bothered us. And the central query that I want to put out historically is, why have we not done better with the current industries we have and the current markets that we're in as a way of understanding what we have to do to go forward. And to do that, I want to say our problem has much deeper historical roots. So here, Latin America, 1850. So we're taking a long view. And what we see is that in 1860, in this whole zone, we were more or less the same as Spain, Sweden, Japan, and much higher than Korea, okay? And what happened in the subsequent century was that Sweden took off around 1900, and then we have Japan taking off at the turn of the 20th century, and then we have, this is Spain taking off about 1950, and then Korea taking off a little bit later. The key thing is we didn't take off. We've been planito, or falling, for a century. So that last graph I showed you about stagnant growth, no, that's just where we've been for a century. Now, I want to open up this mystery a little bit more because there are 2 big groups of country in our region. The first group is what I call the superestrellas, our superstars. Uruguay, okay? Uruguay at 70, almost 80% of US GDP in 1870, okay? We were there. We were a developed country. Argentina, not as good. And then Chile, a little bit below. But all of these are in a group which were, in around 1890, the same level of income, as Valeria said, as France and Germany. Okay? We were players. Okay? It was ours to lose, and we did. Because steadily across the century, we lost relative to the United States as the leader in the frontier. The second group of countries actually grew pretty well. It started much lower, though. They were much poorer, and they didn't grow as fast as a Sweden or a Japan or even eventually Spain. And as a result, we never caught up. And you combine these two things with the fall of the superstars and then the decent but not superior growth of the laggards, and we wind up with this picture. So we need to understand what happened and why did these guys not behave like Sweden or other regions. And I want to first make this point that it's not about what we produce. So when we're talking about structural change and we need to move into microchips or lo que sea, okay, it's not about that. It's a little bit about that, and we can talk about that, but the big story is that we're not doing very well with what we have. And I want to start with some lessons from ancient history, and I'm going to beat up on your neighbor, Chile. Latin America dominated the global market for mining in the 19th century. We were the big cajonas. And you can see that Chile, for instance, had 40% of the market for copper. But its share of the market fell dramatically as other producers became more efficient and lowered prices. So, to the point, by 1910, Chileans basically decided that copper had no future and would no longer be a locomotora of growth. Obviously wrong. What happened, though, was there was an introduction of technology by foreigners beginning about 1900, and that led to the recuperation of that sector. The lesson is the exact same product in the exact same country could have radically different impacts on development before and after the introduction of technologies at different points in time. So it cannot be the good. It must be what we weren't doing, which was introducing technologies ourselves. It's also the case that different countries had different experiences. We think of Japan as a manufacturing miracle, but it started as a mining miracle. So this is a woodblock print about the copper industry in Japan, which was the second most important exporter in 1860 after Chile. But there's a big difference. There are three companies that you know: Sumitomo, Hitachi, Fujitsu, that began as copper companies. Sumitomo, Masatomo was called the father of copper. Ichebe Furukawa was known as the Copper King. These guys were the founders of these mega zaibatsu high-tech companies that we know today that would later go on to push Japanese growth. So our question is not, how do we get out of copper? Our question is, why don't we have Hitachi? Where is Chile's Fujitsu? Where is Peru's Sumitomo? That has to be our question. Why were we not able to leverage the raw material, the industries we have? Similarly, the United States is used by Gavin Wright at Stanford as the example of a learning nation. What do we mean? Based on copper, we developed in the United States capabilities in metallurgy and in chemistry, and major institutions like the Colorado School of Mines, Columbia School of Mines, Berkeley School of Mines, that supported the emergence of a whole network of knowledge on which we built industrialization subsequently. So it's not what we were in, it's that we didn't use it right. We didn't use it well. Why? Latin America entered the second industrial revolution unarmed and unable to learn about the new technologies they needed to employ. Let me start here. I want to focus on these guys a little bit, Sweden and Denmark, because they had the same level of income as Chile, Uruguay, Argentina, and Uruguay would be over here. But what they had was 5 times as many engineers per capita as any place in Latin America or Spain or Portugal. If we want to understand why we are where we are as a region, part of it is who our madre patrias were. But this leaves us, of course, with the inability to recognize the new technologies of the second industrial revolution in mining, and that led us to a position where we could not adopt, and we had to rely on others to bring it, and that led to feelings of dependency that were key to future politics. In terms of literacy, the superstars were about 50% literate in 1900. Denmark and Sweden were about 100%. They look very similar in terms of GDP per capita in that first graph I showed you. But when you actually rascar at superficie, we didn't have the capabilities to learn what we needed to learn. And it wasn't just natural resources. You see that there was retrocession in the iron industry and the textile industry in Brazil. You see it in the textile industry in Colombia. You can see it in right now, you can see the difference. Mexico and Korea started producing electronics in 1980. They have a Galaxy, but we don't have a Teléfono Azteca. So the story continues that we've been unable to leverage our comparative advantage by using new technologies and creating more dynamic economies. And this is very key. We see this relationship between engineers per capita and how the lag in adoption of technologies, which, as Valeria showed, can directly translate into growth. So the deeper query then is, why was there no demand for engineers when the returns were so high? And where were the entrepreneurs who were willing to undertake the risky projects of adopting new technologies? Innovation is fundamentally about placing bets. It's risky. We don't know what the outcome will be. And so we need to know, where were the guys who are going to say, oh, I want to apply this to Latin America? And it's a big problem. It's very interesting because we see that industrialization was largely done by foreigners. So, for instance, in Argentina, 80% of the serious industries were started by immigrants. That's fine. Argentina's mostly immigrants. Sao Paulo, 50%, Chile, 70%, in Barranquilla, more than 60%, Santander, the same. Even Mexico is 50%. And this is way out of proportion with their share in the population, which are these orange bars. They had something. Maybe it was specific knowledge of the industry, but maybe it was just a different way of thinking about how to do stuff, a different chip, a different way of identifying opportunities and then converting them into new industries. But this is actually key, because if you don't have those entrepreneurs, and we did have them in the 19th century, but the frontier moved out, and the sophistication of the managerial technology that we had did not keep up. Anyway, so this leads us now to this bigger innovation paradox, and this is volume 1 of the Productivity Project series that is beautifully appearing on that kiosco. But the big question is, we need to understand why, when supposedly those returns were so great to introducing new industries or introducing new technologies into mining or whatever, why didn't we do it? If the returns, and make no mistake about it, the returns to innovation of various different kinds, be it product or process innovation or R&D, are supremely high. So for instance, the best estimates we have of R&D in the world are the United States. And they're around 55 to 60%. That's enormous. That's higher than any other rate of return you'll find. Okay? But the chiste is that the further you get from the frontier, the higher they get, because you don't have to invent everything new. You can borrow it from what already exists. And so that's why Griffith, Redding, and von Reenen say, look, as you get to Italy, it gets up to 88%. And what happens if we keep going to Korea, Slovenia, Malaysia, Argentina, Uruguay? Well, that's got to be 200%, 300%. At that point, as the ministra said, you don't think about anything else. You can close down the Ministry of Infrastructure, of Education, of everything. You just put it all in R&D, and that's it. Why doesn't that happen? Why is it that this is the line, this is GDP per capita, and this is R&D as a share of GDP. This is the average for each level of income. And you see Latin America, with the exception of Brazil, invests far less in R&D than any other region. We see that we still have very low rates of adoption. We have this cool new survey, the Firm Level Adoption of Technology Survey, FAT. And it shows, so here's adoption of advanced technologies for sewing in apparel. And you see that, and this is the cumulative percentage of firms in Brazil that adopt this new technology. And you see Poland, which is really German firms, but more than just German firms, takes off very soon and achieves a high coverage. Korea as well. Brazil's lagging at roughly 15, 20% of firms using these modern technologies. Same thing in Chile, this new technology for quality control in pharmaceuticals. You can see that Chile comes in way later after the invention of this technology and is incompletely adopting. While up here we have Poland, again, with nearly 80% coverage. We're still having this problem of opportunities being left on the table, that we're not taking advantage of innovation opportunities we have. In addition, there's a use gap, which even among the firms that adopt these technologies, it's not spread out through the entire company. Maybe the reason we're not investing is because we don't actually think we're going to get 200%. And that's why the Ministry of Economy and Finance isn't putting all its budget in the Innovation Hub. And I had a perfect example of it today with Dr. Gaviria, who's running SAS is a company, which was, where are you? He was exactly saying, I had this fantastic opportunity to export fruit pulp, but if at the port I lose 10% of that because of inspections or delays or something like that, well, that cuts into my rentability, into my profitability. That makes it much harder for me to make a profit and makes it much less worthwhile for me to invest. And we can think in our economies, 25% of firms say they can't expand for lack of mano de obra calificada. Okay, that's a problem of our education system. We know that our financial markets remain really thin, so it's very hard to get the capital I need to import a machine, to buy a machine. We know it's just hard to get across borders. Is that our trámites are very, entre idiomas, it's just very hard in terms of time and in terms of money to cross borders and export. Our export promotion agencies, for instance, are not super strong. We have all these problems. At the end of the day, we see that consistent with what we're thinking, the further you get from the technological frontier, yes, the returns to R&D go up, but then they come down again. And why are they coming down? It's because of the absence of these complementary factors, everything else in the entorno that we need to pay attention to, and all the education we need, infrastructure, everything else, that affects the profitability of innovation to the point where you get down here, which includes Bolivia, R&D may actually have a negative rate of return. All this implies that we need to take a much broader view of innovation. And if you just bear with me with this horrible picture for just 1 minute, you'll see why I think we have to think of innovation at once less romantically. We're talking about little increments in process, in product, and occasional big jumps arising from R&D. But also we need to think as countries, as follower countries, much more broadly about our innovation system. If you read the advanced country literature, they focus mostly on problems around knowledge, externalities around knowledge. The fact that if Marcela invents something, I can steal it for free and use it. Okay? She can't get all the benefits of her invention. And so that's a reason you have innovation subsidies, tax write-offs, patents, even subsidies of universities to offset that externality. And we tend to focus on those sorts of things. But the fact is, if we think of innovation boringly as just the accumulation of knowledge that's similar to the accumulation of human capital or the accumulation of physical capital by our firms, then all of a sudden these very low rates of R&D that we see or slow rates of adoption could be due to innovation barriers per se, but they also could just be due to anything in our system that makes it hard to accumulate stuff. Weak credit markets, barriers to entry of new firms, business and regulatory climate, weak rule of law, all of these things will get in the way of innovation as well. So then I want to say that it's also very common to think, oh, we're not innovating enough, let's put a lot of subsidies in or something to get firms to do it. And what I want to say is actually we need to think, again, the same way we're thinking, why was there no demand for engineers in the beginning of the 20th century? Why is there not more demand by firms for knowledge, to innovate? And here I want to look at two things. One is firm capabilities. And in particular, core competencies, managerial competencies. And we could talk more about this later, but the basic things is how well are our firms run? How able are these people to take a vision of where they want to take a firm, identify new technologies, manage the risk associated with that, and then implement. That's tricky. That's not easy. I worked with 30 or 40 SMEs in Colombia about 10 years ago. very committed to their firms and their employees, not able to take a 10-year horizon. So this is important. But then there are also the incentives to accumulate that we were just talking about. Obviously, a volatile macro context is very tough. Competition, I want to focus on a tiny bit. How open your trade regime is and your accessibility to networks is all key. And then over here, we have all the things on the supply side, human capital generation, and other things that we'll come back to briefly. I know I'm running out of time. All right, I've already done this. So let's start with this. Good management is highly correlated with innovation, with productivity, and the amount and sophistication of exports through innovation. Our studies have shown this. So for instance, we have patents, we have R&D expenditures, and you see as you move through the quintiles of the quality of management that both those measures rise. That is to say, the better the quality of your managers, the more innovation you do. So this suggests immediately that before you start putting in R&D subsidies, you've got to say, do I have these guys? Do I have people who can take ideas forward? That's, critical. And the answer is, This is the results of the World Management Survey, and this is the GDP per capita, and this is objectively managerial quality in the country. And we see, Colombia, Brazil, Argentina, Chile. We don't have Uruguay yet. We'll have to do that. That's Indonesia. That's Kenya. We're not up here. And it's actually worse among our best firms. Often our best firms are not at the frontier. So this suggests that we need to make a massive investment in basic managerial technology, if you will, in the region, before we're going to get to R&D and the like. Now, the logical question, going back to the paradox, is, hello, if this is such a great thing, having this managerial capacity then allows you to invest in innovation and then grow really rapidly and make a lot of profit, why don't we do it by themselves? Why doesn't the market work? And I find this graph really interesting. This is the average management practices score as evaluated by the World Management Survey. And this is what we think about how good we are. Now, if you believe in perfect rationality and everything, this should line up. I should know that I'm not that good. Look at Brazil. They think they're fabulous. Okay, immediately we have a problem of information that we don't know what we don't know. We are not benchmarked. And this is why, if you go around the world, in the advanced countries in Asia, you will see that they have these managerial extension services. The first thing they do is evaluate your management quality in your firm. It's okay, you're bad, but we can help you improve. But the first thing is to reduce this information asymmetry. Incentives to accumulate. I just want to mention briefly the competitive structure, because we always think, okay, we need more competition, we need to open our markets. Yes. But again, this interaction with the capabilities of our firms and entrepreneurs is key. Those of you who are economics nerds may know Philippe Aghion from Harvard, and he argues there are two types of firms. There are firms that are near the frontier, who, when confronted with more competition, can invest in innovation and escape and make more profits. But if you're not close to the frontier, you contract and you don't innovate. And in the UK and in France, we estimate that roughly 50% of firms are those firms that are close enough to the frontier to innovate. But in Chile, our estimates are more like 10%. So that means when China flooded our markets, 10% of firms innovated more, 90% contracted. This means that we have to continue with this idea of more competition. Anybody who has ever driven a Ford Falcon in the streets of Buenos Aires, until 1990, when they stopped producing them, in the United States in 1970, knows that without competition, there is no incentive for firms to improve their quality or their productivity. But it needs to be paired with this agenda of improving the capabilities of our firms. On the supply side, just briefly, we have everything here. Generation of human capital, support for firm upgrading capability, firm upgrading domestic and science and technology system, including universities, and the international innovation system we want to be plugged into. And I just want to quickly go through saying, we're not that good. This is my benchmark right now. This is your competition for nearshoring, Vietnam. This is learning proficiency measured by a combination of various different things. This is where Vietnam is. This is where Uruguay is. And Uruguay is one of the best in the region. Okay, we have a lot more. Argentina, Panama, you know, we're not players in terms of basic education, and we need to be there. Not only because we need well-qualified workers, but this is our pipeline for entrepreneurs and for scientists, and we just don't have it. Similarly, for performers in math, there's Vietnam, there's Uruguay. Much richer country. How are they doing that? But again, if you had to think about nearshoring, leaving China, where would you go? Would you go to Vietnam or would you go to Mexico? This is a major problem in any number of dimensions that we need to work on. And it's important both just for basic worker quality, but also we need to increase the number of engineers we have, expanding the pool of entrepreneurs, and all this basic education is key. Institutions, we need to work a lot. We need to reorient our universities to support what's called the third mission. First mission, education. Second mission, research. Third mission, supporting societal change, including increased productivity of firms. We're not very good in terms of the quality of scientific research. Most private sector doesn't think a lot of our universities. And in terms of actual collaboration, measured any number of different ways, we're, again, largely below average, with the exception of maybe Andes country, Costa Rica. This is a problem because if you think Silicon Valley, if you think any place in the Nordic countries or anything in Asia, this linkage between high-quality universities and the private sector is absolutely key. And we need to engineer that change. In a survey we did of public research institutes about 10 years ago, we found that none of them had a clear mission statement of what they were supposed to be doing and metrics on measuring their productivity in terms of helping the private sector. Very little on quality control. We need to be thinking about where that money is going. And I'd also say management extension services wind up being important to exactly raising the quality of entrepreneurs. And so just to end, I know I've taken up too much oxygen. How do we escape this paradox? I just want to propose that lax moonshot, as Mariana Mazzucato would put it, it's not in one sector. It's not in creating a new sector. It's actually getting this ecosystem that we live in to function much better along several dimensions. So let's first say, first we have to increase the demand for innovation on the part of our private sector. And that means, lamentably, a lot of the boring stuff that we've been talking about with market reforms and getting rid of market failures, filling in the missing complements in the financial sector, removing distortions, increasing competition, assuring that there's risk finance to diversify risk and all that. That all has to still be there, because without that, he can't build anything. We have to improve our firm capabilities so we're better to recognize opportunities, and we have to facilitate the entry of new and more innovative firms. What you're doing here with the hub in trying to support fledgling firms is exactly what we have to be doing. We have to tilt the balance in favor of taking that risk and get support from mentors and also financial support. We're going to lose 90% of the time. That's the nature of startups. Most of them fail, and we have to get used to that. But we have to apostar, but apostar in a sensible way. Improving the supply of human capital, I think I've talked enough about this. We know what we have to do. We just have to do it. We have to improve the articulation and quality of supporting institutions and networks. That means reorienting universities. It means strengthening publicly financed research institutions. And finally, we have to strengthen government innovation policy. What do I mean by this? We have to, first of all, have the capability to analyze what's not functioning well in our ecosystem. And I'll give you an example. I've been spending a lot of time in Guadalajara, in Mexico. Why is Guadalajara important? It's right next to the United States. They've had HP and IBM and a bunch of other high-tech firms for 50 years. Okay? They have several good technical universities pumping out engineers. If there is any place in Latin America where I would expect to see the Teléfono Azteca saliendo, it would be there. And it doesn't happen. And so we got all the elements of the ecosystem together in a room to say, okay, what's not working here? Is it culture? Is it fear of risk? Is it lack of entrepreneurial curricula in engineering schools? Is it just that it's so difficult to operate? Is it security? All these things, we have to have governments that are able to say, it's not some broad subsidy to R&D we have to work on. No, we have to find out what's not working in a particular ecosystem. What's not working in Dr. Gaviria's cold chain or whatever, or whole process of production, so that we can move forward. And that requires an iterative process of learning on the parts of government. Efficacy of implementation. Often we have governments that are good on the diagnostic and not so good on the execution. That's something we have a project right now at the World Bank that I'm glad to talk about on precisely improving the quality of governance and the quality of implementation that I think is a major goal for us. Coherence of policies. I don't know the Uruguayan innovation system, but my guess is we have many different ministries with small amounts of money working in various different aspects of innovation. Just a hunch, because I see this all over the region. We need to have, when you look at the United States, we see a scale. You know, you have the national NIS or the NIH, you have DARPA, big pots of money devoted to solving some big problems, okay? And with a clear vision of where we want to go with that money. I think we need that. The World Bank has a product called the Innovation Public Expenditure Review, which is very good at mapping the flows of our innovation resources. But once you've got that, then you have to get the ministers together and say, you know what, you're not doing this anymore. This ministry is doing that. So we need to work on coherence. And the last thing, policy consistency over time. We need to have a shared vision in society so it doesn't change every 5 minutes, because investing in a new technology is a 10-year to 20-year bet. And if everything goes changing every 4 to 6 years, people are not going to invest because it's too risky. The Finns, the wonderful Finns, every new parliamentarian has to go through a class on the Finnish model of innovation, just so everyone's on the same page. This is what we're planning on doing over the next 30 years in Finland. Get with the program. And I think that building that consistency over time for our countries is also important. I have talked too long. Just want to make the final pitch for the Productivity Project Series. This came out of my work in Colombia. Each of these is somehow relevant to something I saw. When I was a chief economist in the center of the bank, said I want to focus on these productivity issues. And we have the latest version, which is Unleashing Productivity Through Firm Financing. These are all free on the web. We're getting near the holidays, so make great presents for your abuelita. And just to remember, Pascal, fortune favors the prepared. We have to be prepared for what's coming. By nature, we can't predict the future. We can talk about AI, we can talk about all these things. We need to have innovation systems on all the 4 dimensions I was talking about that can respond. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Bill. A very interesting presentation. I hope that by the end of our sessions, the graph starts moving up in its trend. I will now invite Marcela Eslava, professor in economics at the University of Los Andes in Colombia and president of the Latin American and Caribbean Economists Association. Marcela, please come forward. Hi, Marcela.
So much for the invitation. This is obviously the topic I like the most to talk about. So it's fantastic to be here. Let me start by asking something that I didn't see at the end. So I understand what you said today is coming out in a new book. That was not mentioned here, I think. So which is the new book? Is this sort of the summary of the series?
So the new book that's coming out in a month or two is called Reclaiming the Lost Century of Growth. So basically, starting with this historical view, and then it's creating learning economies in Latin America and the Caribbean. So basically all these ideas that we're just talking about in terms of the areas we need to work on so that we are better able as a society. And it's not just productivity, it's also social progress as well. We're quicker at picking up new ideas, exploiting them, and using them to add value to everything we do. So that's the point of the book.
Fantastic. And let me advertise also that there are Spanish versions of some of these books, actually.
The first 3 volumes, I should have mentioned this, were kindly translated and produced by the University Andes Press while Marcela was decana. So Colombia in the forefront.
So let me start this conversation with something I really liked about the vision that you presented here, which is, I think the economists will call this a view of innovation as an equilibrium outcome. So that's the idea that it's not simply that you push innovation and just throw money into innovation, but that innovation is the product of the capabilities that you have in the economy, the institutions that you have, and then the decisions of people like the people who are sitting here who will be telling about their experience later. Which have their own capabilities, but also rely on the capabilities of others, the possibility of hiring people, the possibility of finding partners, the possibility of overcoming the hurdles that you were talking about or not facing them. So I really like that vision. And obviously, me being a professor at a university in Latin America, the idea of the creation of those capabilities, and in particular the human capabilities that you so much emphasized here, is crucial. But I wanted a little bit more texture on what you said. So when you said creating basic capabilities, then high-skill workers or entrepreneurs, creating entrepreneurial capability. You were very clear on one of those things, which is managerial extension. That I understand. But what are sort of the main priorities? So if I have the Minister of Education here, or we're going to tell the Minister of Finance where to spend the money in terms of education, what are sort of the main hurdles? What makes us so different, and where should we put most attention?
So if you just want to focus on education alone, I mean, obviously we all know that there are some very difficult problems to solve, often rooted in political economy, that are not going to be solved overnight. On the other hand, one thing you do see, for instance, in places like Guadalajara, is a dialogue, a continual dialogue between the private sector and universities, and it happens in Costa Rica as well, about what are the skills that your students are going to need to work in my modern company, right? As I said, 25% of firms in Latin America say they can't expand because of a mismatch of skills. So we could go a long way already in just getting that dialogue going, which may require incentives on both sides to get that willingness to do it. Because if you think, hey, I'm just pumping out what I as a university think the world needs, you're going to miss it. And unless, you know, the best, for instance, worker training programs in the world that I've seen have the marginal costs paid for by firms. You know, they're not fully funded by the government. No, if you can't attract firms to buy your services, you go bankrupt. And we need to find mechanisms to make the education system more responsive to societal needs broadly. I think that is much easier than, say, raising the quality of maestros over time. But I think working around the edges to make it clear that the part of the vocation is exactly to help productivity at all levels. That's a start, and then put some institutions. You know. I'd also say, though, education is one of the harder things to do. I mean, part of the reason I was focusing on the demand side is there are lots of stupid things that we could do pretty quickly. How hard can it really be to make it easier to cross borders, make it easier to get through ports? I mean, those things, on a scale of reforming education, those things are easy. There are many things that we could do that would make it more easy to function and to innovate, to place those long-term bets in our societies. That would be less politically fraught.
So I think a question that comes naturally after what you said about sort of the mismatch between what a society and the productive sector needs and what universities are providing is what is missing that universities seem so detached? Detached precisely in providing those capabilities, but also on your third mission for universities. So I sort of see, you were saying support of universities for the third mission, but it does look like it's not only supporting, but also providing, the institutional environment whereby the incentives would arise naturally for universities to respond to the demands for workers and skills, but also the demands for research and complementing the capabilities of the private sector. So what do you think is missing in terms of either institutions or other forms of more explicit incentives? So we universities are more responsive to what society needs. I mean, I've done this from the point of view of someone administering a part of a university. And to me, being in a private university, the incentives were super clear. Do it or fail. But somehow that's not translating. Is it that our institutions sort of isolate universities from the market and its pressures? How do you see that?
So I think to begin, we have to realize that there are two traditions globally about universities. One rooted basically from Bologna in the 12th century, right, which is the university contemplating great abstractions and being a Torre Marfil, okay? And if you look at Harvard or Princeton or any of these, it started that way. They're schools of divinity, right? But then, basically, due to the Germans, the beginning of the 19th century, when they wanted to catch up with the British and take over, they started coming up with schools like the Berlin Institute of Technology. Now, this is a university that's set up to innovate, to create and disseminate new technologies. And the United States then borrowed that model in the Morris Land Grant initiative, which set up Berkeley, which set up MIT, which set up Cornell, set up Columbia, set up Berkeley. So all those schools were set up with a mission built in. We exist to improve agricultural and manufacturing productivity. They grew up to be major research universities, but they started with a very clearly defined vocation. Latin America mostly comes out of that first stream, right? And many have not made the transition that Oxford and Cambridge have had to make, and all the Ivy Leagues in the United States have had to make, of saying, okay, it's not only what we need to do to be relevant as a university, but it's also how we survive as a private institution. I mean, particularly in the United States, all that defense funding, you want to be part of that? You better have a university that is oriented towards practical issues. Now, reorienting universities that are coming up in that initial tradition is very hard. And all I can say is, to some degree, you say, we have to change the chip. Okay. How would you do that? But I just want to highlight the example of Finland, which has that wonderful Nordic social capital that we all wish we had. But in 1990, when the Soviet Union fell and they needed to change their model, they took many of the resources that were kind of generically given to universities and repackaged them as matching grants, right? So now you as a professor at Los Andes, say, well, there's this big pot of money, and I have to go work with, I don't know, Alpina to generate nuclear cheese, whatever, and you're going to work together, and you're going to apply for that grant. And they have basically eliminated R&D subsidies, they've eliminated tax breaks for firms, and they just put all their money, you have to be in something collaborative. And it's all incentives. It's not the vaunted Nordic social capital. It's just follow the money.
Yeah, and to start with, there's not a lot of money that is put into tertiary education in the forms of grants, so let alone the conditions for that, for those grants, they mostly are inexistent in many of these countries. So to start with, I guess part of the message looks like just thinking of government funding as a signal, as a crucial signal of what society needs seems to be a crucial part of what you're saying, which I think is not part of that strategy for innovation that you were suggesting is so badly needed. So I want to change gears a little bit. I kept thinking, while reading the summary of the upcoming book, while listening to you, I wanted to get your view on how everything you said, this innovation, high growth paradox and the need for it, interacts with what Valeria said at the beginning. So we're thinking about all these social problems and needs, poverty, bad jobs, informality, etc. And there is a view out there, which is quite prevalent, that if you have high innovation, high growth, then that's going to take care of the problem. You will improve productivity, you will then create jobs, and then that will take us out of informality. But I see that view as highly problematic. I've worked my whole life on productivity, so I'm a fan of improving productivity. But I think that view is very incomplete and it ignores crucial parts of our history and our evidence. Modernization, let me call it modernization to not talk about industrialization, given that we've gone over the second industrial revolution a long time ago. But in general, if you think of modern sector generation, Latin America has been peculiar in its inability to generate jobs associated to those revolutions. So it's not that we literally didn't develop industry, or it's not only that we developed little industry, but also in relationship, how many jobs we generated in those modern sectors as compared to Great Britain, the US, all the early industrializers. That was very little. We were sort of jobless. We had jobless modern sectors. We have had, over our history, jobless modern sectors. And I think that view also ignores the second fact, which I think is crucial, which is if you have these many people working in poor or generating their income in very poor economic activities. I mean poor in terms of their ability to generate value added. So these people in poverty and informality, they are generating some income for the economy. It's just very, very low income, therefore very low productivity, therefore very low value added. And they are a very large part of the economy. In many of these economies, 50% of our workers. So that is a very important drag on productivity. In the end, productivity for the overall economy is sort of the sum of the productivities of people. And if you have these many people working in these sort of very bad activities, that's not going to work. It seems to me that with that history, with that evidence, with the kind of human capabilities that the people who are in these types of jobs have, it's very unlikely that we create these nice high-growth firms that you have here, and those are just going to pull these people out, therefore improving the productivity that they bring to the economy and their income. So how do you see that interaction? I wanted to sort of get a sense of, do you think that, as I am suggesting, the history or the story here has to be a little bit different? It's not only growth and that's going to pull us out, or do you align with that sort of historical vision that I was mentioning?
So it's somehow difficult to, there's a tendency to say the informal sector is the cause of our low productivity and growth, and there are elements of truth of that we have to pay attention to. On the other hand, two things. First, if you look at the relationship between the share of the workforce that's self-employed and income per capita, productivity in the modern sector, it's linear, right? It is the fact that as the modern sector expands, the informal sector contracts historically. And when you put the second thing combined with that, which is that in countries like Mexico, Colombia is a little bit differently, we have, it's not that people are stuck in the informal sector. They're ping-ponging back and forth between the bad jobs they can get in the modern sector and the jobs in the informal sector. So in some sense, they are reacting. The large size of the informal sector is partly a result of the low productivity jobs that they can access in the modern sector. So in some sense, I still want to maintain that where we should be focusing is pushing heavily on increasing productivity and growth in the modern sector. Eso dicho, there are some, I mean, that number again, 25% of firms say they can't expand because of a lack of qualified labor. That suggests that there are jobs that are waiting to be created in the formal sector, but that somehow we have the skills mismatch because of this misalignment of what the education system is putting out in terms of quality, alfabetismo, lo que sea, and what firms need. So that would seem to be, I mean, immediately that would shift the cost-benefit analysis of being informal versus formal and would shift people over there. The second thing is we could say, are there possibilities for increasing the productivity of the informal sector? You know, bringing them, making them formal, and then suddenly they'll have access to finance. And I think there are very few Bill Gates, very few Steve Jobs in the microfirm sector in Latin America that we just have to release their energy and they're going to grow. These guys are secundaria incompleta, you know, for the most part, low-skilled, bad public school educations. They are not vectors of technology transfer that we've been talking about. So you can improve their productivity in various different ways. We've, you know, lots of studies about that. But keep in mind, when you do that, you're shifting the cost-benefit analysis in favor of being self-employed again. So you're going to increase informality when you do that. So I think it's complicated, and we need to work on these various different fronts of improving the match of skill of workers with the jobs that are available. But also, I do want to say there is something we talked a little bit beforehand about why we have not generated more growth, more jobs. And part of that is we haven't grown very much, but part of it is, as you're saying, there seem to be fewer jobs emerging than we might have liked. And that's a topic that we have to continue working on.
Great. So we just have 2 minutes. And let me try to ask a last thing. It seems to me that the common thread to all of this is, again, human talent. Like you were saying, these people in informality, self-employment, the hard thing for them to eventually transit into these better jobs, suppose we have these higher productivity jobs, are they up to the task? And I think you seem to be suggesting, and I would completely agree, that the answer is no. And so we need to bring people up to the task, up to the possibilities through better education, training, you know. But I guess the hard thing is that's going to take us a generation or two. So what's the timing? Of course, you know, deeply putting our efforts in education, very targeted to the kinds of needs of soft skills and particular skills is crucial. But in the meantime, what? Do you think that the answer is let's then help through, say, social transfers? Or is there something more productive for the overall economy that can be done in the meantime while we get to the better trained generation?
I think there are probably things we can do with our training systems and with programs that take the human capital that we already have and say, okay, you're starting from here. It's not where we need you, but let's invest a little bit here. And I know various types of initiatives around the region try to do just that. But I cannot say more that all this talk about missions, industrial policies, cannot be seen as a shortcut around building these fundamental capabilities. It's a task that we have avoided fixing for 50 years in the region. Actually, it's, let's say, 150 years to start with the beginning. So there's no easy way around it. I do want to say that I mean, some of these things are less, I mean, are more malleable than we think. For instance, I presented some numbers on the quality of management practices in the region. Many times when I was working with these pymes in Colombia, you go in and they just didn't know that there was a different way of doing things. And the minute you say, do you know how much you're keeping in inventories? Just do the math on the back of an envelope of how much that's costing you. And they say, oh, chuta, I can do it differently. So there are ways you benchmark, you do a plan de mejora, and you can get gains that are reasonably cheap just by resolving information asymmetries. So I think we have to look for those kind of quick wins also to the degree possible in education of, across the whole spectrum. Because you're right, there are deep reforms we have to do that are going to take a long time.
Fantastic. So we're out of time, unfortunately. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marcela.
Muchas gracias, Marcela.
Gracias.
Un placer escucharlos. Y gracias por esa hoja de ruta que nos fueron haciendo, por ese camino que nos marcaron en cuanto a cómo crecer.
Concerning how to grow in innovation, the importance of education, the importance of everything that is related with managerial capabilities, and what they were saying about universities, why it is important to involve them and how to do it. And also those independent workers, if we think, informal workers, if we want to continue growing in innovation. It's a long path and it will take time, but Bill's presentation made it clear that it's worth it. As you have seen in the side screens, you have a QR code that you can scan and you can access the executive summary of this last book by Bill, which Marcela mentioned just now, and it's it's a part of this productivity project, and that also collects on all the previous papers. And I would like to start now this new panel that is called Barriers to Innovation in the Entrepreneurial Sector. And for this, we will hear about three very specific stories of entrepreneurial leaders that have anecdotes and a very rich track record to learn from. I was telling you about this evolution of the SMEs that are most of the companies in our region that have the opportunity to think big and not set barriers, even though many times they started innovating to try to jump over those obstacles. And I will invite to the stage Gabriel Gaviria, who is a partner of Alimentos SAS in Colombia, Juan Pablo Saltre, the president of Ventus in Uruguay, and Carlos Armando de la Flor, the CEO of María Almenara in Peru. Welcome.
Los recibimos con un aplauso.
Big round of applause. And this panel will be moderated by Marcela Menendez, who is the Chief Joint Economist for Latin America and the Caribbean of the World Bank. So this is a pleasure. Marcela, the floor is yours. It's a true pleasure to be here with you and with these three panelists. And there are very few experiences in the region of companies that start small and can go all the way. It is an exception. And we have some examples sitting here with us today. And we think that the big challenge is really to think about how the companies who are already in a place, medium company or smaller companies, 50 employees, how they can grow and capture that labor that is fragmented and taken by smaller businesses that we have mentioned. So from the three of you, we wish to have a discussion about the barriers for this to happen. So in your experience, so we will give the opportunity of an intervention for 10 minutes where you will tell us about your business, where you started from, where you're at now, and what are the decisions or landmarks that were decisive for reaching where you are today.
Thank you. I'm an industrial engineer, graduated from Los Andes University. I'm a privileged person in the Colombian society. I'm very proud of it. And because this compels me to act, to work for my country. I have always been in the agribusiness and industrial sectors. I started as director of a cattle breeding association. Then I was part of the public sector in the National Statistics Department, where I learned a lot about how the public sector works. Then I worked for a very important dairy company in Bogota. And from there, I moved to a coffee roasting company as a general manager. And in that position, as general manager, I decided to become independent. And along with 3 friends, we established a very small company working with fruit pulp. And our financial situation was very modest. We were a very small. We would get like $2,000 a year. That was in 1996. And we froze this fruit pulp. So I started working. I earned half of what I earned as a general manager in the other company. But my idea was to do something bigger, to create something from scratch. So I started, and the first few years were very hard. I was competing. As a company, as a small company, formal company, we were competing. We were selling to supermarkets, and we competed against many informal companies that did not produce official invoices. They would not pay their dues to their workers. And those were my competitors. But we struggled. We struggled with my 3 partners. And they abandoned us gradually, and only 2 of us were left in the end. I was devoted exclusively to technological issues and production and management, and my partner was the commercial manager. For a long time, we struggled together because we were competing with a basic product that was frozen. Thinking of exporting was impossible due to the cold chain that did not exist in our case. And in 2011, we had already been able to sell domestically with a little bit of exports. We were 1,000 kilometers away from the port, and we exported about $1 million to different destinations like Puerto Rico, United States. And the Virgin appeared to us with an investment fund from the Clinton Foundation. So an investor bank said, look, here we have this opportunity for you. Why don't you enroll? So that we were called. The director of the fund was from Bolivia, and the chief financial officer was from the US. And they asked me, or they asked us, my partner and myself, well, you have a project. The mic is off. And I said, yes, we have a project. What is it? Tell us. Well, we want to produce long life fruit pulp. And I told them about my experience in the dairy industry, where we had innovated in a wonderful manner, because in Colombia, in the 90s, was fresh pasteurized milk that would last for only 2 days. So it was almost impossible to grow in that condition. And we were able to discover a technology that had been implemented in Argentina, Chile, and Uruguay previously, where they had long life UHT milk that was packed in a polythene bag. It was not Tetra Pak. It was a very expensive Tetra Pak for a country such as Colombia at the time. So I came down here to the Southern Cone 32 years ago. I came to Montevideo to watch some French machines. That was a French technology that was being used. So we took those machines to Colombia, the first, and that changed the history of milk in Colombia. In Colombia today, pasteurized milk in plastic polythene bags is free in the market, and it's one of the few countries in the world where Tetra Pak is not a leader in packaging milk. So going back to my topic, when I was asked at the fund, do you have a project? I said, yes, we want to produce long-life fruit pulp. It was the same problem that we didn't have a cold chain. So they asked me for a business plan, and I said, yes, we do have a business plan. I have no idea. It was all in my head. So in 8 days, we prepared our business plan, and this fund granted risk capital to us. And we had to sign an agreement and a contract, but they invested $1.3 million. And we were given an opportunity, a window of opportunity that we'd been expecting for a long, long time. And in this manner, we went to Europe. I bought second-hand machines in Italy, a new one in Finland. It was a machine to package milk. They didn't want to sell it to me. They said it's not going to work with milk, with fruit pulp. And I was able to convince them. I have my own angel to protect me from Italy, and I was able to establish this technology, and we became leaders in the local market, and we are still exporting until 2018. At that time, we would sell $5 million, and we exported about $1.5 million. And in 2020, during the pandemic, we really grew. It was a soaring experience of sales. Together with my partner, I had another dream since we started the project. It was called the Caribbean Dream, to set up a plant to process fruit, especially mango, along the Caribbean coast of Colombia. But that investment was too big for us, and we did not want to have an investor that would become the owner and we the employees, because we wanted to be independent. So, thanks to my contacts and my Italian angel, I found a plant that was no longer working. It was to process apples. And I was able to buy it at an auction by 10% less of its value. I bought it for $500,000 at an auction. But we were in a quarantine during the pandemic. So when I bought it, I had to pay down 10%. And then what to do? So I went on a humanitarian flight. I was very much afraid. I suffer from hypertension. I was after my dream in the Caribbean, so I flew to Europe. I was smuggled, sort of, to Europe because people were not allowed in the borders because I was not a European. So I went into Italy. I was smuggled in. I could avoid the quarantine. I had a letter from my Italian supplier. I had an urgent business, according to him. And to make a long story short, I spent 2 months dismantling a plant in Slovenia. It was packed into 14 containers, 120 tons. And I took every single nut and bolt, cleaned it with some people who helped me over there, and I sent it with my shipper to Colombia. He said, there is a short route, but it's very expensive. We can go through Genoa. And there's a longer one, but it will take 2 months. I'll use a second, I said. But how come? I've been working for 30 years in this business and everybody wants a fast track and you want it delayed. Why? Because I don't have a place where to set it up yet. So it's better for them to wait. And I don't want to pay storage. So I took another humanitarian flight back to Colombia. And we set up the plant, we started working, and in 2022, we had huge sales. We sold $14 million and we exported $9 million. And these last 2 years were hard, but that is the story of my undertaking.
Thank you, Daniel. That's great. I will have to interrupt you at the time so that we can continue the conversation. Carlos Armando, let's go with you then. Thank you. Good morning. I'm very excited to be in Uruguay. 20 years ago, I used to come to sell technology here. Now I'm coming to tell you this wonderful story invited by the World Bank and the government of Uruguay. Valeria was talking about her sister, and this is my wife's story. Maria is one of the hundreds of thousands of women who do pastry manufacturing in Peru as a sustenance industry. Here, the people are making. Here they're making empanadas, and in other places they're making arepas or tacos. And I used to live in the corporate world. That's what I trained for, and that was my path. And this dream that Maria had when she was a teenager in 1992, and she decided that she would work on that. And I'm really grateful to my parents-in-law who never told my wife, no, Maria, you should be an engineer, as Bill says that you need engineers in Peru. And this dream that started in 1992, the company was founded 15 years later in 2007. When I came from living in Argentina, I lived in Argentina for 3 years. That's why I used to come to Uruguay. And I helped Maria in this process of falling in love with her and her passion, and convince her that formality was a path, that you have to found a company. And she founded her company in 2007. That was just her with another lady that helped her to make the pastries, and Maria would deliver in the afternoon first in a bike and later with a car. In offices, she would go into banks in Belcor or Falabella, and she would take little boxes like this one and sell her products. And the first technology, the first innovation was a POS to sell, because Maria couldn't collect, that she would just sell to collect later. And she used to be happy just by selling, and she made people happy with it. And this was our purpose. And one day she got a call saying, we tried your brownies and your alfajores, and we want you to come to I want to visit your plant. And her plant was a flat in an apartment where she lived with her parents and the one on top. And suddenly we were sitting with some girls from Starbucks, and we started a wonderful relation with Starbucks in 2009. And by 2012, we signed an exclusivity contract to produce hundreds of muffins and cookies that we continue to produce to date. We produce almost 5,000 products, 120 stores. And this led us to three key moments in this story. The first one was when we became a company and we came out of an amateur, self-sustaining company to a B2B company, a production company to serve a single customer. So we were a single customer company that allowed us to create a lot of capabilities. We formalized our processes, our policies, our roles. We implemented SAP when we were a 15th of what we are today. But we have always thought that not in the company we are, but the company that we wish to be. This has always been our outlook. And the next key moment was when Endeavor sought us and told us, "No, you are a bit of overweight and you're too concentrated on one single client and your mortality risk is huge." So we decided to diversify to B2C and open the first store. And we had the crisis of the 40s, and I renounced my wish of being working for a big corporation, and I went to the state trying to save the country, and I took a sabbatical year to work on our company, and that's where we opened the company and we became a B2C, and we made it more professional. I got in charge of the company from something amateur, and that was something just nice that my wife did. And we started taking it seriously. And the third key moment was the pandemic, where we went in with 2 stores and we came out with 7. We understood that the industry where we were playing was in mental health at that time. In emotional well-being, the more fear there was, the more anxiety. There was more time to send each other hugs, virtual hugs, and that made us scale our business and scale up our business, and with all the capacities and capabilities that we had developed in those 13 years. Today, we invoice in one day what we invoiced in the first year of operation, and we invoice in 1 month what we used to invoice in 1 year 5 years ago. We multiplied the company 12-fold, and there is 470 people. The 70% is women, 90% of the leadership is women. We have 20 stores, and we will close the year with 22. We still serve the 120 Starbucks stores in Peru, and we are a lighthouse, a reference point of innovation in a very traditional industry as homemade pastries, that precisely with more engineers, with different mentality, and with a continuous transformation and process improvement process, you can transform a business that sounds sweet to something that has an impact for the country. Thank you very much.
Finally, Uruguay is represented by Juan Pablo Saltre. Thank you, Marcela, Valeria, and the World Bank Group for this invitation. I will tell you about Ventus. This was created in Uruguay in 2010. I was one of the founders. The other was one of my teachers at university. I'm an industrial engineer from the University of Montevideo. I was always interested, since I was a student, to get involved in energy and renewable energy. As I was completing my career in 26, 27, we had an idea of working with pellets and with sawdust. That was sold in small packages in Europe for heating households. At the time, I was 22. We invented a project. We did a pellets sample here in Uruguay. We went to a fair in Austria with our small packages from a non-existing company at the time, just to try our luck, to have fun. During that fair, we saw windmills, and we said, wow, this is impossible for Uruguay. When we came back, we completed our careers, the pellets were forgotten, and just by chance, there was an opportunity through some bids announced by the power utility of Uruguay. We developed a wind project. Through some friends, we received investment. This was before Ventus, and I was leading the first private windmill project in Uruguay, and I enjoyed it a lot. Once the project was over, I made a decision together with my tutor for the final thesis in university to organize a company to help international investors coming to Uruguay develop windmill projects. In Uruguay, there was only one wind farm, which was public, and we were leading with a private undertaking, so we decided to create a company and provide services for all the new projects. In the beginning, we were only two working for the project. Gradually, the renewable energy activity grew by 2010, and the first great step forward was when we found self-generation, to put one generator in one industry to provide energy to that industry. We presented the idea, and 2 or 3 people laughed at us. They said, no, that will never take off. That will never be profitable. So we appealed to public policy. There was what we call the COMAP is fiscal benefits for investors in general. Depending on certain indicators, you get scores and you get fiscal benefits for your investment. And we got a very high score. And in 2012, we installed one generator in a textile industry in Fray Marcos, in the department of Florida, Uruguay, and this is where it all started. The industry said, I want to invest in this type of energy because electrical energy is very expensive in Uruguay, and I want my production to have more sustainability. You do everything. Will you be in charge of this? And we said, yes, of course. We were only 2. And that's when we started growing. Before that project ended, we started a second project with a textile industry. And thus we continued until 2015. We installed projects for $200 million in Uruguay, always working with wind energy. We also provided support to third parties. Uruguay is a small market, but its investment in renewable energies was quite impressive. We did very well. I think I was 30 at the time. And then the next step was, we changed some shareholders, and we looked for opportunities abroad. Renewable energy was being considered in many countries. We went to Panama, Bolivia. We didn't find where to settle until 2016. We went to Argentina. With Macri's government, there was a strong support to renewable energies. renewable energy requires public policy to develop. So you need to look for the countries that will be favorable to them. In 2016, we went to Argentina. We reinvented ourselves. The business model is different in Argentina compared to Uruguay, and we provided them with engineering services. We were both engineers, and we had an engineering company. We did very well in Argentina. We managed different public works. We worked in 30% of wind projects with different scopes. When we were well consolidated, Argentinian market fell. You know what happened. So we had to reinvent ourselves, and we went to Colombia. Colombia had just passed a law to incentivize renewable energy, and the market was zero. So we could start from scratch. We went to Colombia. In the meantime, we saw that solar technologies were eating market, and we incorporated solar energy in a range of services in Colombia. And in 2019, we obtained a contract for solar energy in Colombia with Celsia, our best customer today. And this includes engineering, procurement, and construction. That is to say, you get land, and the customer wants you to design and build a solar plant with a given yield. In Colombia, since then, we've been growing and growing and growing. Of course, in Uruguay, we are present as well. And the whole management is in Uruguay. Engineering, strong engineering activity is in Uruguay. We exported to Colombia. We did projects in Chile, and we are expanding. And today, Ventus builds $100 million, and we grow at a rate of 20% a year. And in terms of renewable energy, we have a long way to go in Central America, United States. And at one point we said it's good to depend on international markets. We like it because we are entrepreneurs. But we want to come back to Uruguay, and we opened a new line of business, which is traditional construction. We build bridges and buildings. And our characteristic is to be pioneers or to innovate. When they invited me to talk about innovation, I associated that to technology. That's not my business. I know very little about it. But then I can say that we are constantly innovating in the services we provide, in how we look for new business opportunities. I'll stop you here, and we'll now have a round of questions for the three of you. And the first one.
The question of how do you understand innovation in the context of your company's vision of what it means to invest in innovation? And you can give examples, which you have already given, but I would like to ask you to talk about things we talked about before when we were preparing, and about what has motivated you to make these investments in innovations and what has prevented you from going beyond. And we will continue with you, but 3 minutes. We'll give you 3 minutes this time. Okay, we didn't invest in innovation practically like buying an equipment, which is capital expense or investment, but in processes and how we do things in the commercial team of finding new markets or learning about new technologies. And this has been a need for us always to try to grow. We're coming from a small market, as Uruguay, where if you stay still, you will very quickly reach, in the best of cases, ceiling. And because we wanted to go further, we have to reinvent our own wheel in the company. We have had a lot of stages and changed a lot, and I think that innovation is focused on that. It's focused on investing in people. One of the biggest problems for growth, as Bill was saying, is finding good people, good managers who will develop ideas or services. And this is a difficulty, and I would say it was the main barrier today. And I was asking you, who is your biggest competition when you got to Colombia, and why do you have a comparative advantage that is allowing you? Well, in Colombia, when we got there, our main competitors were Spanish, and the renewables in Latin America were built 80% by Spanish companies, and with a very Spanish construction system. And nowadays there's Spanish, but also Chinese companies. And one of the differentials, obviously, is to be competitive. You need to be competitive in our industry, but also to offer trust. We sign $50 million contracts, and our clients don't want problems. So we have to be competitive concerning the price, but also provide a good service. And one of the keys for us that makes us different from the competition is that we do our own engineering. We do not outsource it in our projects, and this is not very normal in our competitors. And in addition to being competitive, what clients say is that we have soundness in the technical aspects. So we are an engineering company that builds another building company. And so, Fernando, your view of innovation, well, innovation for us is a value, and we have it in our manifesto. And so to make it simple so that the operations teams, that is 420 people, is first line between the plant and the stores, we have to think outside the box. So innovation, in those terms, 90% of our sales are packaging. And so we transform all that. Only 10% of our sales are at the stores. So that has changed the square meters that you traditionally have for a pastry company. So we're very efficient in seeking our surfaces. So, and we implement it according to the Oslo manual in all the dimensions of product and marketing. Their marketing investment is with zero press buy. We do it completely organic, and most of our sales are digital. We have covered the city of Lima with 280 square kilometers of digital coverage with 20 stores. Each store has 3.5 kilometers, and it has 25-kilometer footprint. It's a convenience business. We have transformed as a company, and we have stopped thinking that we are a pastry company, but we're in this intersection of mental health, entertainment, and convenience. And so that way we are challenging ourselves constantly, and the continuous improvement process makes our competition be our own incompetence of how to make things better, reach a market faster, and be more efficient. And finally, Daniel Gaviria. Yes, to me, without innovation, we wouldn't exist. We were faced at the beginning to the problem of the cold chain. We had a client in Russia, and we sent them the first container of frozen pulp. And the shipping company in 1,000 kilometers from Bogota to Cartagena, to save money, they would turn off the thermal unit. And when they reached Cartagena, they called me saying there's a problem. And I went to Cartagena, and the truck was leaking fruit pulp. And I lost the client. I couldn't dispatch. And it wasn't so easy for us to produce another container. So we had to innovate. We had to get a product that did not need refrigeration, and the technology is there. You just have to know how to find it. And internet was not so advanced at the time, so we were very hungry for knowledge. I went to all the technology fairs until I discovered that in Parma, the world center of fruit processing, that they already have the technology. You only need to buy it, but it's very expensive. It's for large companies, for large capitals. So what we managed to do was, with little money, to innovate by buying used equipment and remanufacturing it and finding a way to solve the problem, and that has been the success of this key to our success. And I would like to hear another story of what you were telling me about ports in Colombia and problems with leaving products in the sun. And that leads me to the role of government and the public goods that should be there. In the case of Ventus, there's a clarity that there are incentives for transformation towards green energies, which are still important. And when I spoke with you about the story of Alimentos SAS, you have been sort of solving problems as you find them. So could you tell us about the fertilizer content? The problem in Colombia is the pesticides in fruits. So we had to do pesticide testing because the products are not controlled in terms of pesticide use in agricultural products in Colombia. Unfortunately, we're very far from countries such as Chile, where this is history. But in the issue of our national tragedy, which is the fight against drug trafficking, has made our lives almost impossible. When a container reaches with our product and it's impeccable coming from the plant, and police come seeking drugs they are completely right in doing so, and they have the right to examine and destroy up to 10% of the load. And what about a business where you send 100 and you've lost 10% even without reaching the client? So it's fighting against unheard of things. So we have to, at the port, show the anti-drug police that we are not the drug traffickers, that they don't have to look for things where they aren't. And many times they do find contaminated loads, as they are called, and it's a constant fight against regulations and laws that make formal companies hell their lives, because you have to be completely formal and impeccable in our businesses. That's some way forward, even if it's slow, to take the slower road, but going step by step, doing things in an impeccable manner.
What else would you expect from a government? To simplify regulations? Yes. I was reading in what you sent us that companies must have an accounting department that is enormous to really comply with all the standards, the magnetic issues, and things that are made up to avoid traps. And those are obstacles to small and medium-sized companies. It's hard for us to survive because we need to comply with the same standards and regulations as a multinational. And the standards are too complex, and tax administration is unbearable. And you agree. What else would you add? I will talk about Uruguay, which is a country I know. We have a large operation in Colombia, and I agree with what you say. There's a lot of regulations to comply with, a lot more than in Uruguay. In our records, public policies have been present from the very beginning, and the fiscal benefits have contributed to our projects in renewable energy. These policies have changed, but they have been maintained. Can you tell us about the fiscal benefits? Well, basically, it's the same scheme for any type of investment. Now, if we look at the energy sector, you present an investment project and you get a score, like job generation, increase of export, incorporation of clean technologies. According to those indicators, you get a score. And that score means an exemption from certain taxes, like income tax. Could be 20%, 30%, in some cases, 100% tax exemption. And the good thing is that different government administrations have adjusted those indicators to foster investment and to foster exports. But the scheme has always been maintained. So first they supported wind energy, then solar energy. We have just launched our first green hydrogen project in Uruguay, and this is leveraged on these benefits also. Apart from that, what is important for Ventus, our intention is to learn about the rules and find a business model that accommodates to that set of rules. We don't seek to change the rules. We seek to understand them. In Uruguay, the electrical market has rules that do not work very well. We have rules and regulations, but then the market operates differently. And it would be healthy in order to promote competition and to improve services of energy. Energy is very expensive in Uruguay, probably the most expensive in Latin America. We either follow the written rules or we adapt the written rules, but not maintain this ambiguity. You talked about fiscal benefits, and my question was, would you have been able to do that without them? And you said no. Economists are panicking whenever we hear about fiscal benefits. We are giving our money to other stakeholders. But it's good to say that sometimes part of the incentive is well used. What about the public aspect, Carlos Armando? What is the role of your government? Did it enable or not? Let me see. In Peru, I think there is one good state and one bad state. The good government is the one with wonderful people like Lourdes Alvarez in the Ministry of Production, who generated an observatory for businesses, and you can base your decisions on data. Data will kill a narrative sometimes, so data is important. We have ProInnovate, the innovation agency representing the private sector. So there's one part of government like Prom Peru that tells the story, so more people want to come to Peru and eat wonderful food. We're always eating in Peru, or we talk about foods. So that's the good governance. On the other hand, I don't want to be aggressive by saying it's a bad state, but it's a short-term state. I think it's a design problem. Organizations were designed as human-centric institutions. We focus around human beings. If it's good for one, it's good for all clients. And the state should have the citizen as focus. So you can ride your bicycle and the state will help you oil the chain so you go faster, and then you have bicycle ways where you can safely transit. And the private sector generates money. The money does not grow in pots. It's generated by the private sector when it's free to move. So that aggressive, controlling state that is in the first line. In Peru, we have 1,900 municipalities with different regulations. Each one has its own standards. In some cases, you can have a sign. In others, you cannot have it because that's advertising. In other municipalities, you have to pay a fee. So that compels you to organize a microsystem. I have nightmares in this regard. The state may break the continuity of my business, and I'm afraid of cybersecurity issues and cyber attacks. I'm afraid of cyber attacks, and I'm afraid of the state, and that's wrong. And that's basically because the design of the state does not respond to the different levels, and municipalities need to understand that the private sector are the good guys. The private sector, being formal, is the good guy. And the informality, which is 85%, should become formal to ensure a better quality of life. But then you have so many regulations that people leave formality and become informal. And what about the illegal economy, which is joining the market with illegal marketing, illegal felling of trees, human trafficking, drug trafficking? That illegal economy is part of us, and we are having less and less formal economy. And the informal should become formal. And that is a problem in designing where the citizen is located. It should be the focus. For 1 minute, I would like you to come out of your companies and talk about the public sector in general. Which are the companies that are innovating and what are their characteristics? Why other companies are not innovating? What is their priority? I'm not thinking about small companies. I'm thinking about large companies that are not being very productive because they are not innovating permanently.
There are clearly two kinds of companies, modern companies and traditional ones. That is absolutely clear, and clearly modern companies are the ones that have this capacity of adopting technology, adopting a digital mentality that will allow them to iterate constantly to solve problems that you face every day. And so while you have other traditional companies that maintain the status quo, but because they are more conservative, and this is also related to the entrepreneur, the founders, and there are some realist optimists like me, who I'm optimist by nature. I believe in my country. I believe that the path of formality is the way, but there are pessimistic people who think that everything is wrong, that nothing can be changed, and so we shouldn't make waves, and you should stay still and not show too much, because otherwise you will be attacked by regulation, and because you don't have the incentives. And to me, human beings live by incentives. So why do things? What is incentive for innovating and generating an impact? And so as an entrepreneurial family, we believe seriously that our purpose is to make hearts happy of our people and of our clients and generate a positive impact in the country. It has nothing to do with the EBITDAs and the revenue, but we should be the lighthouse for a lot of traditional companies that they can see that with 2 engineers things change. With 1, with half an engineer, things will change, right? And that has been our outlook. And I think that the private sector should realize that the opportunity is huge and that if disruption will come from outside your company anyway, and sometimes you don't realize that. For example, I'm not afraid of another pastry manufacturer making pastry. I'm afraid of innovation that can come from somewhere else and that there are changes and control of the clients, for example, that they know what time and what they will be buying and direct their consumption in that direction. And this need to have to iterate all the time and have a bit of paranoia is the one that has to move us to do things in a different way. So, Gaviria, how do you see it as an entrepreneur? I think that the private sector has 2 types of companies. The ones that sell to the state, to the government, which is very profitable to sell to the government, but you need to be within the clique. If you don't follow the rules of how to sell to the government, where there are tolls for entry, these companies don't have to innovate because they continue to be profitable and they continue to sell and making a lot of money. But those of us who do not sell to the government and who sell in the world, if we do not innovate, we will die. So we need to be an innovator and be recursive, and the pachydermal companies will finally end because when the politician in charge disappears, they will be outside of the game. So without innovating, it's impossible to compete in the global market. That's my theory. Juan Pablo? What we sell is wind farms and solar farms in operation where we don't manufacture products. We buy them from third parties and they have a lot of innovation to improve their products and their efficiency. But basically our product, our equipment is people, the teams that manage projects, the workers at the building sites. And I think that the engineering that we do, we invest a lot on the teams, our people. Many times we put first where we wish to reach and sacrifice profitability for it so that we are ready. But we see other companies that want to get a project, construction. And in Colombia, for example, we said we are not here for one project and then we'll leave, but we invested in Colombia in developing a local office, a local team, and we think that when we go to a country to work, we need to be locals in that country. Otherwise, it's a recipe for disaster. And many times, without realizing, we invest a lot on that, on developing people, finding good people that will lead these projects. In Ventus, we have over 120, 130 engineers, and we are all the time in that search, which entails an investment. Do you see the rest of the private sector just as tight as you and working as hard as you in advancing knowledge? No, I don't think so, because our main local competitors are very large building companies that are very old companies There's some of what you were saying, public contracts. Not that you have tolls in Uruguay, there's no corruption, but it's a different way of when you work for the public and the private sector. In Ventus, we don't work with the public sector, not because we don't want to, but we haven't had a chance. But obviously, working for private parties makes you much more dynamic, and you have to innovate. And not having government contracts makes us more dynamic than the rest, and so we have to innovate more than others. What I had in my head when I make a question like this one is that you in the region, there's a part of the entrepreneurial sector that makes businesses that are profitable, be it because they have contracts with government or because they have been able to foster policies that protect them or give them benefits in an artificial manner because there is no term for the benefit that allows you to continue to profit from it. I don't know if that's part of the story. I think that happens in Colombia. What about Peru? Well, actually, one of the big stars of the industry is agriculture industry. In Peru, we have become the first exporter of blueberries in a desert. So to generate that, the government has to provide you with the conditions so that you can say, well, I invest on this desert where there's nothing, and they have allowed to include in the system 60,000 people that no other formalization program has achieved. And in Peru, since 2001 to today, we have had 13 presidents. So you can imagine, and I can't even tell you the number of ministers, they last less than a yogurt. A yogurt lasts 6 months. So, because this I heard when I was working in the Ministry of Production, they told me, well, just take it easy, the minister will last less than a yogurt, a cup of yogurt. So with that vision, with these big transformations that were done in the 90s, which actually had tax benefits and they should have had a certain deadline, but if the policies of the country don't allow those things to change, you need to sustain those benefits. So I see companies doing, for example, the Banco de Crédito with Yape doing investment with a digital wallet, or Rappi, which I mentioned a short time ago. To me, Rappi is one of the models, at least, and has an impact in Peru of greater tax formalization. 15,000 bicycles that were outside the system are now within the system, and they pay taxes and they can finance their motorbikes, and they have access to thousands of restaurants. We used to be able to only have delivery from 10 restaurants. Now there are thousands. So there's a virtuous role of the government to give the right incentives and promote the right sectors. And I would like to have a round where I will make a different question of each one of you, and I will start with you, Daniel.
You are reaching international markets with your products. You told us about your beginnings with this fruit pulp. And please tell us what companies need in the food sector to do this in a large scale. What tools would you require to keep growing? Well, the support of the agribusiness requires good agricultural practices. They are very poor in Colombia. The quality of products is bad. Strawberries, for example, we produce strawberries in Colombia, cannot be exported because they have pesticides. So we need to import strawberries from Chile or Spain in order to sell it, that sort of issue. Fostering the agricultural sector is not efficient. And taxes are very hard on us. They apply the standard, and the civil servant considers us the enemy. A few years ago, our plant was closed down because we made a mistake in one number when billing in a different city. We had to register the numbers of invoices, and we forgot one step, and that was not recorded. So they said we were dodging taxes, and our plant was closed down for 3 days. There's an anecdote from the business sector. They come to a factory and they say, we come from the tax authority. We want to control your plant. So the door is open, they go in, the inspectors go in, everybody panics, and then they bring out their guns and they say, this is a holdup. Oh, fortunately, said the employees. So government authorities think that the formal business is an enemy. They need to attack us and not support us. And that's a problem we have to accept on a daily basis. I guess Peru has the same situation. It goes against everything. And I don't want to be too pungent, but we have a daily struggle against them. Despite this, we progress. Well, at one point, you had your own lab to inspect the pesticide in the fruit you buy. Exactly, we had to do that. Nobody talks about pesticides. And when we get to Europe or to demanding markets, they say your product is not allowed in because it has pesticides. It happened to us with fruit we sent to the States. And we went to the blacklist with the FDA. For 2 years, we were controlled all the time, and we had to sort out that obstacle. And that's our story. Juan Pablo, you were talking about an opportunity you have. When we talk about climate change and green transition, is that a priority? I would like to hear you speaking about limitations in this transit to becoming a company in the green world as you go through this transition. Yes, renewable energies have been growing for a long time. They will keep on growing and faster. I think we are beginning to see a time which is a landmark. We hear a lot about green hydrogen. Two markets will come together. One is the fossil fuel market and the other is the electric market. In 10, 15 years' time, those two markets will join and the industry will change. But renewable energies, apart from the fact that technology is here to stay and it will become more competitive, in order for them to develop in a country, they require public policy to support them in terms of permits, in terms of the way in which markets operate and the mechanisms needed to incorporate the renewable energies. And we see that in Latin America, many countries have resources or need this type of energy, but they are not going through the political moment to make it possible. And that's a challenge in Latin America. Stability is required because you need a very strong capital investment, and it's crucial to have political stability. In the case of Argentina, nothing was done in renewables given its geopolitical situation. And there were more expectations than reality to change. But what Argentina did, in 4 years, they installed 7,000 megawatts of renewable energy, and then in 6 months it went out. So that's the limit I see in our area. We have to look at which country is in what condition to incorporate this technology. Carlos Armando, you talked about the pandemic. Curiously enough, the pandemic was a moment for transformation. Tell us about that. And tell us about the elements in the story of Maria Almenara that we think could be replicated. What do you think was pure luck and what was an opportunity well leveraged that could be applied in other businesses? Well, during the pandemic, you had two options. Either you were paralyzed by fear or you were moved into action. In 2019, we had time to reflect, to think about what to do. We joined Endeavor. Endeavor helped us and inoculated the virus to think big, to believe that we could do something that was going to be more relevant. And the different situations we went through, like formalizing the company, using SAP in 2015, all those conditions occurred, and we got to a point where in April 2020, we only had $3,000 in our bank account, and our payroll was $100,000, but we didn't have a cash flow. And the good state, Tony Alba, Julio Velarde, the BCR institution, provided loans at very low, very low rates. And this was oxygen inoculated into us so as not to break with this payment chain. And we used that capital, that loan, correctly to pay our employees and our suppliers. And we had things ready to distribute, and we adopt technology. We don't adapt it. We adopt the standard. We adopt SAP or the Microsoft platforms. We are ready for that. And we were able to scale up from having 180 codes of products. We moved to 14 codes, and with 14 codes, we saved our lives. That was Maria's decision to change everything, and we did mini pastries because the survival situation, well, we had to compete against other basic elements that people would buy, and we needed small pastries that would entertain the family when they had to be confined. So for us, the pandemic was an opportunity to innovate, to respond to the situation. We had to survive. And innovation comes when you have incentives. If the incentives are powerful, such as surviving, you will find the mechanisms to be creative. That was what allowed us to keep on moving. So what are the key elements that we could replicate in other companies? Well, 3 ingredients, I would say. First, to have a mindset that is open to integration and look at problems as opportunities and find solutions all the time. That mindset that will not allow you to be paralyzed and to pivot constantly. Remember Friends, when they would turn, pivot. And that is present. The second factor, to generate trust. Companies, so that the state sees us as friends and not as enemies, real friends, you need to generate trust. And trust is built on treating people correctly, fair remunerations, so that they have quality lives with access to education, to have holidays, today, 3 girls in my team are having holidays in Orlando, and that makes me very proud because they have evolved. They are enjoying what they deserve. The third element is to build a solid culture where values, behaviors are lived spontaneously, not forced, not because it's written on something or it's on the wall, but because the leaders they walk the talk, and that is genuine. So leaders, and especially during the pandemic, we were the psychology of the organization. If we were scared, the organization was scared. That's why Maria and myself train a lot, we eat healthy food, we run, because this benefits the company. We are a happy family. And that is communicated to the organization as a whole. So leaders must live the purpose, the culture. We must be real ambassadors of the brand and guardians of the culture. These are the missions I expect from leaders, to be guardians of the culture and ambassadors of the brand. We are brand everywhere. I am the ambassador here because I'm talking here, and my boss is probably watching me in the streaming.
Carlos Armando, in the same tone, we will close with the participation of Daniela and Juan Pablo. So what are the conditions that make a successful company? How would you summarize that? Well, I would like to summarize it very conceptually in one that is a vocation for doing things the right way, to the outside and also to the inside, as Carlos was saying. And I think that that is fundamental. And from there, other things start to appear, such as trust. Well, for us, it's fundamental to have the trust of our clients, of course, but also the whole team, inventors, that trust the company and where it's headed and what we want to do, and that we want to do things the right way. So there's always problems in a project, in a construction site. We always have problems, but the difference when we are executing a contract or a service, what makes us different from the competition is how we react to that problem. And to make the customer happy. We have projects when we have had very bad experiences with during the pandemic, especially with the restrictions to traveling, etc. I'm convinced that all these were investments because everybody knows in this small market, everybody knows us because we had projects where everything went wrong, but we finished them and we made the customer happy, and we are convinced that that will return to us. There are 3 secrets to success, and they are not secrets. There are 3 realities that I would say that the first and most important one is values. Honesty, transparency, equity, and justice with the clients and with the collaborators, and in general with all the stakeholders that you interact with. That is the key to the success. And the second one is people who have to receive the example of these values. The people who work, the team of collaborators should see the example of the bosses of everyone and know that we want to make things transparent in the company. I forgive mistakes, but I do not forgive dishonesty. If a person has made a dishonest act, be it robbing a pair of boots, we were very sorry to a person that had been with the company for 15 years, decided to steal pair of boots from one of the colleagues, and this cannot be allowed. But the pain of firing somebody, but this is showing the values and teaching the values. And the third one is passion. It's not passion for making money. It is very nice to make money, and to distribute dividends is very good, but it's not a passion for leaving a small, it's a passion for leaving a small legacy, because that person did something important for society without being a charity. But you need to think about being socially responsible. So it's a passion and the wish to leave a legacy. I think that there isn't anything more socially responsible than creating employment and wealth for the society where you work. And with that, we will end this session. Thank you very much. Thanks, Marcela and the panel. I think that through the day we're making a list of elements that we should keep in mind concerning innovation. They made it clear the role of the public sector when it is springboard and when it retracts and poses barriers, and the role of the attitude in companies, but also something that is very clear in these stories, the personal attitude. And for example, like Daniel, when that client fell through in Russian because the shipping company was stopping the cold chain, and the decision of Juan Pablo when he was after he graduated, to try and get ideas from other parts of the world to develop what he has developed here. And Carlos' story when he said about how Maria made all these movements on her bicycle delivering her brownies, and she was lucky that she ran into Starbucks and had that possibility. And so I'm saying that these stories are very rich and they land this concept, and it's important to add that to that list, the personal attitude and the personal contribution and your wish to contribute and go further. And I will invite you to have a cup of coffee now, and you will see some coasters and have the QR code that will lead you to the link where you can find all the books about the productivity project, as we were mentioning earlier. So you have all that material available there so that you can use it. And we will meet again at 12 to continue with a discussion about innovation in the formation of human capital. Thank you very much.
but I'm so frustrated. Hello to my loneliness. I guess that ignorance is bliss. Take me back to before the new. Rewind, take it out of cue. wish I knew.
¿Sí? Los invitamos a todos a ir ingresando para tomar asiento. Vamos tomando asiento. Bueno, y vamos a continuar entonces.
So we are going to continue rethinking innovation in Latin America and the Caribbean, and now we will focus on human capital and the importance of innovating in its development. So we will analyze how to strengthen skills, how to cultivate talent and improve in education so that we promote sustainable growth in our countries. And for that, we will invite to go deeper into this topic. We will welcome Juan Manuel Lopera, who is the president of Tommy Digital and Aulas Amigas in Colombia. We will invite him to the stage. Ignacio Ibarzábal, the executive director of Argentinos por la Educación, and Ernesto Skardorsky, who is a professor and director of the Torcuato Di Tella University in Argentina. So welcome. And this panel will be moderated by Juan David Aristizabal, who is a professor of leadership in the CESA and the founder of Talento Latam. So the four of you, welcome. The floor is yours. One of my favorite teachers, called Ellen Langberg, one day came to the classroom and presented to her students on the first day of class. She meets her students and shows a picture of a person that has lost their hands and feet. And she asked her students, can this person drive? And in the classroom, most of them said, how can you think of that? They have no feet or hands, so there's no chance that this person can drive. 8 days later, the Professor Ellen Langberg introduced the photo again and asked him the following question, showing the person without hands or feet in a wheelchair. And the question was, how can this person drive? And in the classroom, there were over 27 innovations so that people who don't have hands or feet can drive. And those of us who are here are obsessed with the how. How can we make Latin America a region of innovation, a region where we can grow and prosper? And the three persons I have here are examples of the how, of how we can achieve it. So I would like to start by that. How can we prepare the human capital of Latin America so that we can grow, prosper, and by generating innovation? Would you like to start, Ignacio? Ernesto, my name is Ignacio Ibarzábal. I'm the director of Argentinos por la Educación, and it's a pleasure to be in this panel. And when we were talking about how we should start, from my side, I will propose three topics. First, to talk about initial literacy in Latin America as a basis for developing human capital. The second is what innovations we need to have from the civil society to contribute to improve the situation in the region, the house that we were mentioning. And the third one is to tell you about a specific initiative that we have started in Argentina and we are now developing regionally, referring to literacy. The first point to start by a diagnosis has to do with the data. What do the data of education in Latin America tell us today? There's a piece of information that's very impacting, has a lot of impact with the UNESCO tests. In the last tests, 1 out of every 2 kids in the 3rd grade, 8, 9 years old, they don't understand what they read. So 1 out of 2 doesn't understand what they read in Latin America. That would be the figure. And those of us who, if we represented all the students in the 3rd grade of the region, half of us would not be able to understand basic texts. So this is the magnitude of the challenge in terms of education and literacy in the region. And thus the importance when thinking about human capital that we should focus not only in the more sophisticated topics that are closer to the relation between education and work and technological aspects, but the importance of not leaving aside foundational aspects that are key for really speaking about developing human capital in our region. So, what does this illiteracy crisis connect with in the region? Obviously, with the efficacy of our educational systems, with their tasks. I can share some information from Argentina. In Argentina por Educación, we created an index of educational results, and the last issue of that index, out of 100 students that start the first degree of basic primary education, only 13 reach the last year of secondary school in a timely manner. What do we mean by that? In the expected time, that is, without dropping out or repeating years, and with basic learnings in language and mathematics, with satisfactory learnings in those 2 disciplines. By doing this crossing of information, only 13 out of 100 complete the primary and secondary in a timely manner. And so it shows that we need to make a big effort to improve our educational systems to achieve the results that we want to contribute to the development of human capital. That's an initial idea concerning the importance of fundamental educational aspects and human capital, and the need to be strategic in our efforts. You could make big efforts in a lot of disciplines, and I'm not saying that this shouldn't be done, but we cannot leave aside in that prioritization exercise a fundamental aspect of doing initial literacy, and not only digital literacy, but the most fundamental thing, initial literacy on language learning the writing and reading system and achieving reading, understanding, comprehension levels that are acceptable. The second point has to do more with innovation and self-criticism of what we have done in civil society in our countries to contribute to this improvement. Because the easiest thing is to blame the government. Yeah, the governors or the ministers or the presidents are not doing what they should. So what is our role as a civil society? The two paradigms that have been predominant in the last decades are related with making very specific territorial efforts in very specific areas with the hope that a government will come and take that success story in the best of cases and they scale it up. And the other paradigm has to do with the companies making sustainability a sort of channel for a communication strategy for the organization. And with these two paradigms, we have done a lot of very good actions in all of our countries. But what's the problem? That we cannot move the indicators at scale. And I'm going back to the example in Argentina. In Argentina, we can mention infinite number of NGOs that are extremely valuable and important. They've done excellent work. There are lots of companies that can speak about the big impacts they have made on education, etc. But when we see the educational indicators for the last 25 years, it is very difficult to give good news. We still have very high indexes of inclusion, but very little concerning quality, very low concerning quality. So as a criticism, I think that innovation in civil society has to come from rethinking our role in this game, and we should try to have a much more relevant role that is really judged according to whether we contribute or not to a process of at-scale indicators. What are we doing from Argentinos por la Educación and other allies regionally? First, to start by looking at the whole picture. In Argentina, for example, now in September, we presented something that we called an agreement for education that has 10 priorities, 34 recommendations and indicators for each recommendation about what the state policies should be concerning education. And this shouldn't be a finish line, but a starting point. We have worked with managers and people from all the politicians from all the spectrum. And now this is a time of truth because we should articulate this as a civil society and have an exercise of dialogue with the government so that this agenda moves forward. But we didn't have a clear agenda so far about how we could systemically look at education to achieve the improvements that we need. So one first point for us with these new paradigms of looking at the paradigms of civil society has to do with having a roadmap of the systemic change we wish to foster. And then a second role that is fundamental for us is to really develop in our countries incident strategies that are powerful concerning governments. If we wish to be part of the improvements, we need to be able to be relevant and have our voices heard by governments. This, most of the cases, doesn't happen with civil society. And so the question here is how can we develop organizations and movements that really reach such a level of power that the politicians have to listen. And it's a issue of power in the positive sense. And what do we need? Advocacy in organizations that can achieve political commitment and then demand that that political commitment become a reality. And finally, the third thing that we need so far, this is a strategic map and efforts of advocacy in the political level. And the third arm of this effort has to be much more strategic support in the implementation of the government's educational policies. And here I'm going back to the role of companies. Normally, in a ministry, for example, province education ministry, the minister has a huge number of companies that knock at the door and they offer a different educational plan, and no minister or human being can focus on 170 programs. So we think that the paradigm has to change, and we have to create coalitions of organizations that are willing to help the governments, but to help them at scale, with policies at scale for their municipalities or states or whatever. And we have to look at the goals together, articulate joint efforts to really support policies that can have traction on the systems at scale. Because we have tried with smaller programs, and I don't wish to underscore the importance of programs that have importance for the lives of so many people, but I want to say that if we don't supplement that with more systemic efforts, we will not reach improvements of the indicators at scale as we wish. So these are the three aspects that I propose for innovation and improvement in civil society that has to do with a clear systemic roadmap with indicators for all education. Second, to an advocacy work that will supplement the improvement of those indicators. And the third is that the efforts of support to the governments are also thought within the framework of integrated policy, the same integrated policy of the government, and not from the vision of a program, a specific program from an NGO or a company. And in closing, and to stay within this first short comment that I was asked, I would like to tell you an example of a first significant attempt that we did in Argentina, and we have been doing since last year with the logic of having advocacy that will be determinant, and that has to do with initial literacy. In December 2022, if you asked in Argentina what were the main educational challenges, answers would be coverage at the kindergarten level, and we have decrease of birth rate that is one of the worst in the region. And I think in the last 10 years, I think that is 40% less reduction in the birth rate, and then finishing secondary school. But nobody talked about literacy. So we presented a campaign with the following aspects. First, there was a media campaign with the hashtag that they should understand what they read, something very specific to the point. And we managed to get that as a trending topic on the networks and to be a cover story in all the media in the country and a constant news for 3 weeks. And for people such as Ricardo Darín and Ginóbili, the ex-basketball player of the Argentinian team, the goalkeeper of the Argentinian world champion team. I had to say that as an Argentinian. And we really achieved a very important positioning in the media. And last year was an election year in Argentina, so this was a big opportunity. And with that media capital that we built, we visited the main candidates for president. And so we saw from the left to the right, everybody, Juan Raboy, Sergio Massa, Horacio Rodríguez Larreta, Patricia Bullrich, Juan Schiaretti, and Javier Milei, who obviously ended up being the president. But in the term of 3 weeks, we managed to get these 6 pre-candidates to sign a commitment to literacy. This was in June last year. And for us, that was a big victory because we had managed to get out of the polarization and the political divide, the illiteracy out of that position. And as you know, in Argentina, education is a national, not province. So it's a province, not national issue. So the governors have and the ministers at the province level have a very big importance. And we did the same thing with all the governors, and we managed to get all the elect governors to sign the same commitment to literacy. So we had been able to achieve the alignment of all the priorities to education for the next year. And so when Milei took office, he talked about literacy as his main educational policy in a rally in San Juan at the beginning of this year. And within the Council of Education in Argentina, the 24 ministers presented their literacy policies. And so what is the aim of this example? We did this with 200 organizations led by Argentina por la Educación, but with the support of all civil society. And so with a very clear focus and strategic effort of getting the politicians committed, we have been able to mobilize the system. And the data that is very exemplary for us is that they committed within a context of total adjustment, $1 billion for literacy policy. So this, in terms of return on investment, we are a very small investment organization that has been able to mobilize this very significant amount. So we're very happy with that, and we are trying these innovations. And the last thing, and we can continue later, because of this, we did a meeting in Harvard with delegations from 6 countries working together about how to promote this type of campaigns in all the regions so that in a few years we can improve the literacy indexes. He will tell us more about that in the short time.
The rector of the National University, Antanas Mokus, found that the university had a problem. Students joined, but then they dropped out. So he said, we need to solve this problem. And he made a paper, he produced a paper, and he said, in order to have good innovation, we need 3 profiles to articulate. First, living fossils. That is to say, people who know about procedures, the history of the organization, and we need them because they know how it happened. Second, the midwives of the future, those who have a capacity to create new things. And the third are the cultural amphibian, those who can talk to different stakeholders in the system. They may be rebels, but then they help things happen. Juan, what about your undertaking? How did you manage this? How could you articulate living fossils, future midwives, and the amphibians to scale up your project and solve issues in the world? Well, a short time ago, we talked a little bit about anarchism within the system. It's like playing with variables, generational, cultural variables, and what happens with them in innovation. Let me tell you a story without forgetting how you started talking about a teacher, because many of the paradigms in innovation start in the classroom, from within the education system. My company received a prize as the most innovative company in Colombia when I was 23. A few years later, I was recognized as MIT said I was the most innovative person in Colombia. So they asked me, what are the key elements in the education system that made you the most innovative person in Colombia? In an attempt to answer, I remember a teacher similar to the one you mentioned. He took me out of the system. He saved me from the system. How do we train innovative human capital if they are formed in very centralized educational systems? Where we believe that in Bogota or each of the capital cities decide how to transform education to solve all issues without understanding the context of each region. I was grown in a very violent neighborhood in Medellin at the time of drug trafficking. Most of us have been close to a dead body or close to drugs or weapons. And this teacher understood our context. Maybe he did not understand about public policies or the educational standards themselves, but he knew the reality. This teacher came as a substitute teacher. He had no university degree, but he changed our lives with questions such as the one you mentioned. And he removed us from the system. We probably did not pass all the tests within the system, but we skipped the system and we saved ourselves from dying, because most of them in my neighborhood were dead before the age of 16 by joining gangs or criminal gangs. Dead in the end. And these teachers saved us. And he provided us with social mobility so that kids born from people who had a hard life could enjoy life in a better way than their parents. So as I was trying to answer that question, what did the system do for you to become innovative? Well, the answer was not being in the system. And the solution was provided by someone who was outside the system. Probably in his educational plan, they did not tell him how to organize a classroom. But he had the right answers for all of us. And that, once again, is what he did. To make a long story short, I then joined university for one semester, and I was very curious about this contradiction with university. And I created a company when I was 19. With the money I earned, and I was so grateful, I said, we need to be an anarchist. We need to give capacity to the teachers so that they educate innovative people, as the teacher did with me. And this is my company. This is a device that 21,000 teachers have in Latin America in their classrooms every day. And this helps the teacher to do an automatic upskilling, to capture better educational data so they become actions for learning. So students are no longer numbers. How many will read, how many will not read. I was not the one who got the best score when I was a student, but that teacher changed my life. What I'm trying to say is that we are probably not reading the right indicators. If we want human capital for innovation, what we need is to see which are the skills that teachers have, which are the tools and level of autonomy to be hackers of the system that is failing, that is not working. What are we waiting for? If we wait for regulations to change, that will take a long, long time. and it will not be possible for us to do it. You said that maybe what we need to do is a sandbox within education to give the teachers room for maneuvering. Most of our teachers are civil servants, and to innovate in the public sector is illegal. This is what one of our ministers said recently. He said, innovation in the public sector is illegal. You will go to prison because you're working with public money, and if you become too creative, you will need a lawyer to defend you. So, how can this system create innovative students if it is not innovative? So, this is what I would like to leave with you. How do we navigate this system having so many restrictions? How can we create people as intelligent as those who have left the system and create innovation? Have you scanned the QR code recovering the lost growth century? There is the code for you to scan it. I would have chosen a different title. Let's move 1 century ahead. Why move ahead? Because at this point in time, with the exponential technology, we have to do quantitative leaps forward. And let's talk about quantum leap. And this is what education systems need to do, especially in higher education, so as not just recover lost time, but rather move ahead, and to be able to do it in a very short time.
Well, should we do acupuncture in higher education for that leap? Thank you for the question, and thank you for the invitation. To get to higher education, I would like to start with a bit of context. Like when I was a director of the Torcuato Di Tella University in Argentina, I tried to be a midwife for the future and also a culture amphibious. I would like to quote a living fossil, like you said before, and connect this with several of the aspects of the presentation by Bill. We live in a region where, if you wish to explain it, a central characteristic is inequality. The living fossil that I was going to mention is a famous Brazilian economist, Eduardo Bacha, who was trained in Yale, who in 1974 made a text called The Fable of Belindia. He wanted to explain Brazil, and to do that, he said, Brazil is an underdeveloped country. You're wrong. Brazil is Belindia. He was talking about the mixture of Belgium and India. We were in 94, and if you look at the evolutions in this Southeast Asia and India today is very different from the example in 1974, but it's one of the biggest or strongest growing economies with one of the strongest schools of engineering. But in 1974, we have in Latin America groups who live in Belgium and others who live under survival level. And another characteristic of the region that also compares us unfavorably with Southeast Asia is that we have very low rates of savings. Our population, and you can think of cultural, macroeconomic reasons, but we save very little. We save a very low percentage of our income, and when you save little, you invest little. So in terms of educational system, this is also translates into not being able to transmit, especially at lower levels, to the students enough of a culture of effort, that we should save, and this would be study, consume less, have less pleasures when you save to prepare for the future. And that is, when you look around the PISA tests, you see a much lower performance than countries with comparable income levels in Southeast Asia, for example. But our students study less. When you ask them how many hours they study fewer hours, and there's bigger absenteeism and things. They go fewer days to school. And another characteristic that should be included is, if we think about how education should contribute, we should try to get education to contribute in areas where our economies have comparative advantages. It is very difficult to do something out of nothing. And that is why I thought it was very interesting in Bill's presentation, this reflection about copper. You can have copper, export it, or you can have copper and develop an electronics industry such as the one that Japan ended up developing. And you can think of the same for challenges such as lithium, or for agriculture. You can export soy, or with that soy feed livestock and export beef, or with that soy and other cereals produce livestock and produce milk and export cheese. And we have to think about how research or education or innovation are combined into productive chains where we can be competitive. So, within that context of economies where we have comparative advantages in some primary activities and we have very low savings and a lot of inequality, we should think about where education is at in the region. Ignacio and Juan talked about basic education and primary education. And primary education in our region has fairly reasonable indicators concerning coverage and weak or low indicators when you wish to measure quality, such as text comprehension and other skills that Ignacio mentioned, and much more when you talk about other things that you wish to require, such as second languages, and starting to have more rigorous training in science and mathematics. In secondary school, in primary school, those are the characteristics. And in secondary school, I think that most of the countries in the region fall into a black hole. It is probably the weakest link. It is a time when our youth should have general education because they haven't chosen a career in mathematics, in science, in second languages, in programming. And we have the coverage starts reasonable, but then it falls because there's a lot of dropouts. And even in more developed countries in the region, such as the case of Uruguay, Uruguay has a lot of dropouts in secondary school, and that has become stronger with boys. There is a higher number of dropouts by gender in boys, and we don't manage to be able to transmit a culture of effort, a culture of meritocracy. The historic director of the main secondary school in my country, the most traditional school, said when they finish secondary school, they go on a trip. Unfortunately, high school has become a long preparation for the graduation trip. And talking about the loss of meritocracy messaging, when you compare, for example, with Southeast Asia or other countries, there are different instances. Sometimes they are present in Argentina or in Latin America, rather, but there are some exams for entering university or finishing high school, but they are quite weak with the demands and incentives compared with the demands and incentives in other countries with which we would like to compare ourselves. And then we get to university, and that's why I start with the anecdote of Belindia, because our university systems are Belindia. When we reach university age, we have a big percentage of the population that has been lost. They don't reach university, they never finish secondary school, or they finished it, but they don't join universities. And then we have, on the other extreme, elite university in each country. You can think about El ITAM in Mexico, the ITAM in Mexico, the Catholic University in Chile, or in Rio, or the example that they were giving of Ditela in Argentina. Here in Uruguay, we also have elite universities whose graduate tomorrow can compete at the best universities in the world. And then we usually have a big group in universities that are not elite universities and provide very important educational services to big groups of the population with a reasonable level of training or education, and that would be the generalization. And so what can we do concerning your policy question? Well, on the one hand, obviously, there is a group that is excluded, where universities can't do anything because they will not be reached, that was lost before due to bad education at the primary level and also in the black hole in the secondary education that has very productivity for the educational expense. And in general, we have productivity problems. The expense is not particularly low or insufficient. These are resources that are very badly utilized. And then going on to secondary and specifically university education, we need to reinforce meritocracy mechanisms of reward, of an effort that can even be considered negative in some countries. We need to create them. And we need to make a really big effort. As these personal examples were being mentioned when I was a director of the university, and those who came after me in that position, they have done the same to obtain resources to have very strong, realistic scholarship programs so that we can have education, so that those elite universities can be accessed by a lot of young people who have the vocation of effort, who have the capacity, but do not have the family resources. And there's a big effort there to have societies with greater quality of opportunity so that all the young people who make an effort can achieve that education. If I don't have enough time, I'll leave it for the question. Some comments about the content, which I haven't made, the content that we would like to see in that education for this moment of productivity that our economies need.
Yes, you brought this topic of India into the conversation. In the 70s, India took a decision that seemed to be politically incorrect, to focus on an elite and then do its best to boost it and to have the best managers. And many of them went to the States and came back to Bangalore to build an industry that allowed India to become the country it is. Now, the criticism is the following. They did not focus on the youngest in having them become literate. If you look at the history of Latin America, the programs of local governments or English in Fulbright, there's an obsession for not funding the MBAs, not funding professionalization of those who manage companies. If you read all the reports, and there is a code you can scan and read, we have a challenge in terms of management. We need to have better people leading companies so they are more productive. What do you think? Which is the sector we should give priority to? Are we forgetting managers, management? You talk about literacy. There's an obsession for digitalization. But in Latin America, we do not know how to read and write, or we cannot self-control ourselves to live well. This is a question for the three of you. Be brief. Where should we focus to trigger off this growth of human capital? We have to do something today. It's not something that we'll have to do in 100 years' time. If you were to focus on a specific group today to see immediate results, where would you go? I have another anecdote I have to share. After COVID, we discharged all managers, and we used a system which is a self-managed organizations. Reinventing organizations is a good book to read. I had an accident and I had to learn to walk, and I could not go to the office. At that time, the company had the best performance and said, I am the culprit. So as I leave, everything starts working. That's when I answered the question how innovation was possible. I think that it has to do with talent. We said whether we needed some special type of education, but I would call it talent density. We want teams that do not require a manager. Regardless of your position within the organization, you know what you have to do. You have the level, and you can decide even how to invest money. People hire themselves and discharge themselves. It's not me who does that. That is a new trend that responds to an evolutionary paradigm, because we are no longer in the green or orange economies. We don't follow processes or those who know more. We are in organizations that are more organic. Each person behaves like a living cell, surrounded by problems, organizing themselves to solve innovation challenges. That, I think, is the secret of innovation today. So, I would like to mention that the urgency has to do with talent density. I don't need to define it once again. This is not a specific standard in a program. Talent density has no systemic formula. We don't have educational standards to create it, but we need human talent with a capacity, with talent, and it can work on its own without a manager. Undoubtedly, talent can be innate, and it is important. It is distributed everywhere across the population in different social sectors. That's why we need scholarships. So talent in those who were not born in well-to-do families have access to the best education levels. Of course, it is important to include effort plus talent, maybe more important, or a little talent with no effort may be lost. And then answering your question, I think it is important to pay attention to contents. And thinking about higher education, I think that when we educate at the level of college, at the level of MBAs, at the level of different careers in Latin America and the Caribbean, we need to envisage overall education, general education. Most of you have children, and how hard it is when you are 16 to determine whether you would like to be an engineer or a dentist or a psychologist. How difficult it is. In fact, what we see is that they change careers, they drop out because they start something, they don't like it, they drop out. I believe that the university education should start being very general, including mathematics, technology, programming, science, even if it hurts. I had one teacher in secondary school for physical education. He said, let's do abdominals. Nobody likes it. And he said, well, he enumerated all the actions in the human body that require good exercises with abdominals. Some were not pleasant, some were. But then, well, it's the same with mathematics. You don't like it, but you need it in all disciplines. And many disciplines do not study mathematics, or you didn't study it well. So I think we need to conceive a type of education that is very general, preventing children from having to make difficult decisions when they are 16, so that once they enter university, they have more flexibility to choose. For example, if you are 17 today, if you go to university, you have a socioeconomic level of living up to 85, 90 years of age. You will have to study more than once. He will have to work and study and study and work. So the more specific or technical training will be incorporated into the last years of the career or during a postgraduate course. And as you say, we also have to pay attention to funding. How much money is there available to study an MBA? Maybe I'm not going to give you a scholarship, so you go to Stanford and then make a lot of money and never come back. I resist that idea because the budget is always very scanty. And we need credit mechanisms probably to fund this activity. But leaving those exceptionalities apart, my main message is to provide a career education that is very general, that includes science and mathematics, apart from social sciences and other components, and you choose your career in later years, in the second part of your career, thinking that there will be other levels for technicalities to be complemented at the level of postgraduate courses. Talking about specific audiences, please talk to those who work in private companies. You said that sometimes companies have good intentions and they start working on interesting projects, but when you analyze return to investment, it's not convenient. What should private companies do? Where to focus efforts if you want to support the education system and have people ready for innovation? Yes, I'll talk about that. But let me add something before. I liked your previous question. My short answer would be, if companies seek a social well-being by investing, that's fine. That should be strategic. If they want to generate, I don't know, better education for work, which includes a good mathematical basis, maybe the most strategic thing to do would be for states to teach good mathematics at primary level instead of having a complementary program at the end of secondary education. I think it should be aligned to the real strategy of the social well-being they want to generate. When you posed the question, I didn't know what to answer, but I fully support what Ernesto said. I'm a lawyer, and I think that mathematics and science are fundamental. Juan David said something about how to think of a strategy to develop human capital. For example, I studied in Harvard because of some money I received, a scholarship. When I was there, I was angry. There were many Chileans and Colombians, Peruvians, and very few Argentinians. And then I was really furious. I remember there were 12 Argentinians who had been admitted to the School of Harvard who couldn't attend because they didn't have the funds. And I said, this is ridiculous. Argentina cannot move forward acting like this. So I have empathy for what you're saying. I think countries need to have a strategy to train top managers, not only MBAs, but different other professions that are important for leadership in a country. Now, if that is more important than teaching how to read and write, I would say no. However, resources in our states are limited and low. So I go back to what I said regarding companies. I think we need a strategy. And oftentimes in our countries, we do not have strategies. And probably if we had good strategies, we could somehow cope with the two issues. On the one hand, to have a plan to educate future leaders of the country, and on the other hand, solve issues like initial literacy. In Argentina, in the last 8 years, we had 4 ministers of education lasting more than yogurt. Well, but the interesting thing is that in Argentina, they last for 2 years in average. What's curious, within Alberto Fernandez's management, when we changed the minister, the line of policy changed. And it happened again from Fernandez to Milei. In the previous minister, the minister said, let's add 1 hour to our classes. Is it good or bad? It sounds reasonable. But now the focus is on initial literacy. The problem is that we change every 2 years. That's a danger. I don't know what to say, whether to focus on upper management or whether to focus on the fact that children need to read and write. We should do both, of course, but the strategies need to be consistent. A teacher I admire in Medellin was worried because in Latin America, with the exception of Brazil, young people want to be influencers. That's their dream. She was very concerned, and she said, if you cannot defeat the enemy, what do? You join the enemy. So she created a digital school and attracted them to the School of Influencers. And she added influencers from different disciplines, biologists, psychologists, so that they could see other opportunities. With those innovations, we see how to attract young people to think differently and separate them from social media. You are doing a special project payment according to results in Medellin. What is it exactly that the private sector is doing to attract the public sector with those pilot activities?
Well, this project that you're talking about starts from a public leadership proposal in Antioquia and Medellin case. Because of cases as the ones you're mentioning, there are teachers who outside any formula will find the solution to their problems. Okay, if kids are moved by this, I will set up something. And what I was saying a short time ago, I don't know if the influencers group or the academy where it would fit in the educational syllabus, probably nowhere. But what we're saying, and it's almost an invitation for multilaterals, and this is what we're doing in DOMI, in Central America, in Costa Rica, El Salvador with the World Bank, and Guatemala with the IDB, is how to promote and finance the teachers so that they find their local solutions. So what we are assembling in Medellin as a pilot is a fund of teacher autonomy, and this is somebody has found the resources that they needed. If they need a camera, they probably use their own money, because you cannot ask the parents of a public school to assemble the money to set up a YouTube channel in the school. So these teachers who get out of the rules, they find it very hard to find the resources. So what we are setting up is a fund that will finance them, fund them, and tell them, here's the money, do whatever you can so that you promote maintenance of the students. And they are promoting zero dropouts when we have over 80% of dropout rate. And so this is outside the median completely, but it's only these teachers that are almost not measured, because when they measure the globality is still catastrophic, but those who contribute to the dropouts are the ones that are following institutional syllabus, and those who improve the figure is that just a few teachers who have gone out of the average, and they have gone out of the average with very different projects. Some as a teacher who is doing a farm at the school, and because this promotes permanence of the children and attracts their attention. And as you say, bringing them back, if they leave the system, it's almost impossible. And so the fund will lend the money to the teachers so that they can do that in the shortest time with the smallest amount of effort. It's enough for them to have the idea to get the permission of the parent for the children to stay in the influencers group outside of school hours, and then with data that we teach them to collect, the municipality can pay the teacher for their success. And I'm not telling all the schools to set up an influencer club, because that would be a systemic effect that I won't want. But how do I tell teachers to find solutions to the problems in their schools, and I will pay them for the results? In the time that I was coming from the airport to the hotel the driver was 20, 21-year-old, and I asked them if they were studying, and they said no, because I make more money in Uber than the money I can make after going to university. And this is a frustration in many of the young people in Latin America, to end up going with that lighthouse of whether you go to university, you will have a better salary. But when there are countries that have taken the decision of having dual systems and technological systems that have managed to add value with greater salaries. What can Latin America do to get all the young people to go, not to go to university, but there are other possibilities where the young people don't want to go to university because it's not enough return, or because they think there are other ways to study? What would you tell them? Obviously, we need an educational system that serves different demands, not only of the young people who are undergoing an education, but also the demands of the labor market. And obviously, we wouldn't even expect everyone to go to university, or for everybody to do get postgraduate degrees. That's not the structuring of the labor demand. But no doubt you have to think about educational institutions, as well as technical and tertiary institutions, and even high schools that should be providing now basic skills, as we said, in mathematics and science and social sciences, but also in programming, in technical knowledge of trades, which we have. In some cases, in some countries, they have become weaker. The technical vocational education systems, and these discussions are very important also. And another phenomenon that we also have, when you look at the evolution of inequality in the region, is that we have been able to solve part of the inequality in access to education and even in graduation rates, and that greater education is not reflected later in the labor market in greater income. And this speaks about the stagnation that the report was mentioning, as Bill was saying, where our productive system does not reach productivity, a growth, and so there's an accumulation of people with educational levels that the labor market cannot assume. And so we see this in several countries, and whereas I spoke about in favor of credits to education, but when you look at a few years ago, the crisis of Chile with university education, in part this reflects indebtedness that the greater income at the university level did not allow them to repay those loans, and those are weaknesses of our productive systems in absorbing that greater educational offer. And these are difficult problems. This we had not spoken about this question, so we will not answer it. When you cannot answer it, what can we do concerning these situations in Latin America? We are getting older increasingly, and there's a discussion here that young people and children, in less than 15 years, we need to think about what are we going to do with a population that will be 15 to 20% will be over 65-year-olds. And so we need to start to create innovation for them. Here we have entrepreneurs, doctors, teachers, and maybe you have with the experience that you have, so that we can set at the center the older people, in addition to young people and children. As I'm saying, as climate change is saying, adapt quickly. What can we do with people over 65, which will become a majority in many of our countries? Ernesto, would you like to answer? The first thing, my first reflection about that is that there is a sense of doom concerning the fall of fertility in Latin America, because we think about how we're going to fund the old age. But a big part of that fall in fertility rates, when you look at some countries, comes from pregnancies, not desired pregnancies. There are more non-desired pregnancies because of progress in sexual education and problems with contraceptive method, but fall in fertility is even precedes that because of abortion laws. So, a reduction in non-desired pregnancies seems positive for the well-being of the population because they were non-desired, and a big part comes from teenage pregnancies, which is clearly positive. We have fewer teenage pregnancies in the region, and so that is I see that as positive. And another thing that's positive now at the worldwide level is the fall in the fertility that will stabilize the population. And I think that's positive even for the environment. Part of what we see in the environmental crisis is how far the planet can withstand population increase. I don't want to get Malthusian, but there's technological progress. But it's good news for the protection of the environment that the population starts to stabilize, growth starts to stabilize. And then we will have this position that we should have, as this country has done or is doing, an increase in retirement age, and we will have to develop economies of care, and we will go into countries where there is, in relative terms, fewer poor kids, while in many countries we have a lot of poor children and older adults that are poor. And let's hope that we don't have any poor, but probably that relative balance will come when we now have a lot of poverty in childhood. And I think that this goes out of the topic that we are discussing, but we're trying to connect it. And these are one of the conversations that you have with your friends, and they become a bit apocalyptic, because I think that before something that will happen in the next 5 years, all the trends, we have seen it in the LLMs and the humanoids, which used to be science fiction, and I think we are this close to having identical human capabilities. If you're talking about competitiveness and productivity, there won't be a problem, because a short while ago we were talking about how we're going to colonize Mars when we need more humans that would colonize those planets, and that can sound a bit weird and science fiction-y, but this is a reality that is being achieved. And then when the LLMs appear and where the machines can communicate like us and navigate the world almost like us, it wouldn't seem a problem to be an issue of competitiveness, because the work that will not be executed by young people, it would be executed by a robot with the same capacities as a human being. for moving things around, etc. So these are one of the things that we humans will not be doing in 10 years, and this will get to some exaggerated expressions we have with my friends with let's hope that every humanoid will wish to have a human as a pet, and they can decide what to do with us. And I think that the issue becomes too much science fiction-y, but concerning competitiveness as such, with the reality that we have today, it doesn't seem to be a future problem, because humans will be so replaced that we will not need those people. So here comes the whole issue of invalidating what we have said if we are going to talk about these futuristic topics.
I have one comment. Maybe I'm not as optimistic as both of you regarding the fact that we will be able to overcome these low fertility rates. I wonder whether technology will be able to incorporate robots so quickly so as to substitute the lack of population to work. That's not my subject anyway. Going to my topic, one of the things that I believe we need to do is to be efficient in planning what we do with the education system. Going back to Argentina, the case I know, until very recently, emphasis of the main education leaders or public speakers in education in Argentina was how to expand coverage at the initial levels, how to build more schools. Of course, we need to build schools in Argentina, but I think the question today is how we reaccommodate infrastructure for what's coming. I would like to think that in Argentina, in the provinces, on a national level, someone is now responsible for planning so that we use our resources efficiently. This is happening in many other parts of the world. Schools are closing, and they are being adapted so they become centers for older people. And this goes hand in hand with something else, because teaching centers need to do things differently. So teacher training has to change, because teaching adults is more difficult than teaching children, and there is an opportunity for innovation in Latin America in this field. I feel that you're tired. You're looking at me like hungry. So let us complete this panel. I will ask the members here to give me one sentence or just one statement. What can we do to, how can we do it? Give me a headline. How can Latin America prepare its human capital for innovation? One sentence, a headline, please. 1 minute would be too long, but I would say, to summarize, that as public leaders, we should stop thinking about centralized solutions and think of public policies that provide autonomy to people who are in this diverse environment, in rural areas, in cities, in different parts of Latin America. I am focusing on teachers, so if I were to focus on teachers, I would say public policies that give autonomy to teachers so they decide things according to the local context. My headline would be, I think this leads to another discussion. Is it worthwhile working in some skills as essential and then the discussion whether we can innovate or not in the framework of educational policies, public policies. The headline, let's innovate in public policy so as to generate opportunities for innovation. Well, if I were to summarize in higher education, how to encourage innovation and have an impact on productivity of our economies, I would say an overall education, interdisciplinary education with hard science components, mathematics, without compelling students to choose a career at an early age, so they can choose a discipline later on once they are part of the university, which could be extended at other stages, like working in a company or later on in life, so that they continue their education. And to compensate inequality in our region, to also have scholarship systems through public education and private education with tools, credit tools, for example, so that we guarantee equal opportunities to all. Under those conditions, talent existing in the region will find innovations such as the ones shared in the previous panel and many others, to create productive opportunities to recover or to accelerate economic growth of the region. Talent exists. We need to find the pots with the right nutrients and irrigation so that they develop and grow into plants. Thank you. Thank you. We thank the panel members. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Juan. This topic is very, very interesting. We're talking about human capital. So important. It's the foundation for innovation. It does not fall from the sky or grow from a plant. Innovation requires a seedbed to have empowered human beings with motivation, good training, with a culture of innovation. That's the engine that will transform all organizations. And we have a lot to transform. I was remembering the figures shared in the beginning of this activity. I was thinking about what Juan Manuel mentioned, what to do so that our systems that provide stability sometimes block innovation or punish teachers when they go outside of the scheme. How to make the system enabling to create a more innovative culture. We'll now have a lunch break, and we'll come back at 2:30.
Segunda parte de este evento organizado por el Banco Mundial, el Ministerio de Economía y el Uruguay Innovation Hub. El tema que nos convoca, repensar la innovación para América Latina. Quiero comentarles que la próxima conferencia también va a ser en inglés, así que si quieren retirar sus traductores para mayor facilidad, allí los tienen ahí en la mesa. Bueno, vamos a continuación a recibir de manera virtual a Chief Economist, que es CEO de Innovation Hub Denmark, con su charla que se titula ¿Cómo se facilita la innovación en una economía avanzada? Welcome, Cecily. We are ready to listen to you.
Cecily, we are ready to hear you.
I know.
I'm the CEO of Innovation Fund Denmark, and I'm giving you a brief presentation on what we are doing and why we're doing it. And basically, the Innovation Fund is put into to life to invest in solutions for the future. And we are investing in research-based innovation. So that's the only cap that we have. It has to be recognized research. But apart from that, we can invest in startups, in researchers or scientists, and companies to develop innovative and solutions to strengthen the Danish society's competitive edge and sustainability, and through that create value for Denmark. And that's also why I insist on calling it an investment. It's not, a normal financial return on investment that we operate with, but we do operate with a return on society. So we follow the impact of our investments, and we call it an investment. But it's we only provide grants in the foundation. So that's why some people find it a little odd that we call it an investment. But I'll insist on that for now. And we're basically put in place to accelerate Danish research and innovation. And the reason that we are put in place is also a bit of a trying to address some shortcomings of the Danish universities and political interest in making sure that all the well-renowned and high level of research in Denmark is actually being put into effect in society. And the Danish universities 10 years, 15 years ago were not very good at making sure that all the research that they invested in would actually spin out of universities and have an actual effect in society. So that's why we put in place. So a very large part of the universities' funding for research is coming from us, where they have to apply in competition with each other, the Danish universities, but actually also other universities can apply. So in competition, they can then gain access to research grants. And that is because we believe that through investments in knowledge-based partnerships and innovative projects, we can create value and jobs that will solve the greatest societal problems that the Danish society is facing. So that's basically our purpose as is written in the law. So that's what we are supposed to work with. So we're soft money for innovative or innovation initiatives. What we do is we invest the politically designed investment focus areas, which are decided on a yearly basis. Actually, it was only the week before last week that the politicians decided for what will be next year's themes that they would like us to then direct the money towards. But normally they always fall in three overall themes, and that will be health, green transition, and technology. So it's you could also counter argue that it's a little difficult to find something of societal value that does not fall within these three categories. So that also means that it's a very open competition and innovation in a very wide range of areas. And as I mentioned, it's 100% grant financing only that we do in Innovation Fund Denmark. We have a sister agency or a sister foundation in Denmark that does investment in by loans or taking up equity. So that's a different branch, but we do have that in Denmark as well. But they are not necessarily only in research-based innovation. So that's the difference. We can only invest in research-based. And this is supposed to then pave the way for both domestic, of course, to the Danish universities and startup society, but also international support actually for researchers and companies, and it can be both public and private partnerships. In practice, we have, as you can see here, a whole range of projects, and we have 7 instruments that we use, and they range from small investments in startups before they actually become a startup to mature their idea and teach them how to be a successful startup. So an incubator, basically, and then all the way up to the large-scale public-private partnerships, where it's universities in combination with more or one or several companies, and also international partners can apply for large-scale projects. So we have 950 million euro in ongoing active portfolio of projects or investments. And we have just received almost 270 million euro for investments in 2025. That means that we have almost 2,000 active projects, and we receive somewhere between 2,300 and 2,600. It varies a little from year to year in throughout all the 7 instruments that I just mentioned a year. This is just to show you a little where we are actually situated in sort of the innovation landscape in the Danish context. And all of these abbreviations won't make sense to you, but the point here is to illustrate that we operate with what we call a TRL or MRL scale, and I'm not sure everybody is familiar with that, but TRL is technological readiness level, and MRL is mature readiness level. So there are 2 different measures for how developed your idea is before you reach the market. And this is just to illustrate where it's very important that we situate ourselves, because the whole purpose of us is that we are supposed to build that bridge, as I started by mentioning, between the research that is produced and invested in heavily in Denmark, and then to the commercial side of innovation. So we always try to be somewhere around TRL level 2, 3, and up to at least 5. We're supposed to cover the entire range, and that's what's different from our fund and all the others. As you can see, that we are obliged to cover more or less the entire TRL scale. But we, as you can see, there's we call it the valley of death at around 2 to 3, TRL level 2 to 3. This is where the risk is too high for private investors and companies to invest. And that's where we're supposed to be. We are not put in place to compete with private companies and investors. We are put in place to build the bridge and make private, take the top of the risk, so to speak, to make the private investors follow suit. And in Denmark, private foundations are very big, so they are a huge part of the private money as well. Some of them are also in this spot, but in general, there are not that many operating at this low level of TRL. Normally, the private investors, they enter around 6 to 8 in a Danish context, at least. So that was just to illustrate, and this is obviously, this is not exact science, so that's the daily challenge for us to make sure that we stay in the right place in this context. As I just mentioned, we have these 3 themes: green research, green transition. The Danish government has decided a very ambitious climate law. And a large part of our funding is going in that direction to make sure that we can reach the climate target for CO2 reduction by 2030 and also 2050. So we have a combined target there. So that's a very important part. And then, of course, critical and digital technology. This includes artificial intelligence and now also defense. As you know, that is becoming an increased interest in the European context in general, but certainly also in the Danish. And then, of course, life science health, that whole more societal area where, of course, also life science is a big sector in Denmark, not least with Novo Nordisk operating from here also. We have 3 overall investment principles, and we have to take the early risk when the market is still hesitant. We have to build a bridge between research companies and public authorities, and we have to invest in projects with a high level of innovation and a clear focus on outcome and sustainability. And these are new investment principles that we just decided with our new and updated strategy. So you shouldn't ask me too many questions on how do we implement the sustainability principle, because we're working on that. And it's definitely not easy, because will that mean that we cannot no longer invest in artificial intelligence, for instance, you could ask me, and I can say no, it's not supposed to mean that, but we have to find a way of how we will implement these principles and steer our investments in that direction without stopping the development. But as you can see, there are tons of dilemmas within this. So we're still working on that. We have some strategic focus areas for the coming 3 years. And I'm not sure if I'm running out of time, so I'll go through a little fast, and then you can know, I'm sure you will receive the presentation and then you can read more about it. But basically, we are very focused on being experts in innovation that is relevant to society. This also covers a very huge investment from our side, where we have launched 4 missions that are supposed to contribute considerably to the Danish climate law and how we reach our CO2 targets. But it's a very new approach, and we are testing whether that works. But it's a new way of making partnerships, private partnerships, work together with universities and actually making the real investments, developing a roadmap together, and then basically calculate backwards. So if you have to reach with power to X or carbon capture, you have to reach this level of CO2 reduction. What steps does that take from now until then? They've all developed 4 roadmaps on these 4 different areas, and then we are investing the money to drive the research to reach the goal. So it's a high-profile investment from the political side in Denmark, and we'll see if we succeed. But it's a little unknown, untested, and unknown ground for us as well. So we're struggling a little with the format, but we're sure we'll succeed. We are also very focused on being an engaged partner in society. Innovation Fund Denmark is not only the foundation for the specific ministry where we belong. We're an independent foundation with our own board, but we belong to the Ministry of Research in Denmark, and but it's a foundation for all for Denmark and for all other ministries as well. So we're making sure that we are efficient and basically can document that we know what we're doing, and in that way would like to expand with more areas because we actually believe we have a very solid model now. And then last but not least, the third strategic focus area is visible impact. It's always been one of the investment criteria. When you send in an application for us, you have to describe what expected impact and demonstrate how you will get there. But at the program level and general at the foundation level, we haven't been good enough yet to demonstrate what difference does it actually make. The past 10 years investments, for instance, if you had to calculate it, what impact has it made on the Danish society? Everybody agrees that it made a huge difference, but I would like to actually put a number on it. So we have developed so far change strategies for all our 7 investment tools. And now we are following up with the impact analysis at the program level, because as a foundation that has been in place for 10 years, we sit on an enormous amount of data, but it hasn't been cleaned and stacked and whatever it takes to make a good data warehouse. But that's what we are almost finished with now, to build our own data warehouse. And now we can begin not only for our own purpose and for our boards to advise them on how to decide on the investments, but actually to put that data and that knowledge to the benefit of the entire ecosystem. So every university, every startup or company should be able to log into our systems and obviously not read commercial secrets, but to do their own tap into our data, learn what and how we invest and what is more successful than other, etc., etc. So we are very keen to give back to the ecosystem as well. So that's why this is a very important focus area. These are the 7 instruments that we use. I'm not going into detail with that now. You're welcome to either contact me or you can read more about it on our website. And then lastly, maybe I should just say a few words on the emissions. These are the 4 specific areas that I just mentioned. In addition to carbon capture and power to X, we have climate and eco-friendly agriculture and food production. And some of you may know that Denmark is traditionally a big agricultural country, and many of you, I suppose, present will come from countries with a similar focus, and that is origin, and it's a big issue how to maintain as food safety and food stability, and at the same time deliver to the green transition. So this is kind of a that's why this is also a mission, because it's a bit of a hard nut to crack. And then lastly, that's probably the most difficult of the 4 missions, circular economy with focus on plastic waste and textile. How do we make sure that we can reuse the maximum and basically not draw more on resources than we already have? So that was just a quick run through of what we're doing. And maybe I should stop sharing here. So yes, we can see the full screen.
Bien interesante la experiencia de...
A very interesting experience. We will now ask Bill Maloney to come up on stage. He's from the World Bank, head economist for Latin America and the Caribbean. Bill, you're welcome again.
Gracias, Cecily, y bienvenido a Montevideo.
Welcome to Montevideo.
Is that Cecily is engaging in a service export. Manufacturing exports are not growing globally. Service exports are. This is a tremendous area of value added that we can engage in, but as usual, human capital, even language may not be a problem. As soon as in 5 years she could translate herself in Google Translate from the Danish. We have to, when we're thinking innovation, don't think manufacturers. The second thing is that I wanted to say is that Denmark is an extremely relevant model for us. It started, as Cecily said, as an agricultural economy, and by innovating in agriculture, it's still, I think it's the 5th largest exporter of cheese. It, for a while, dominated the world bacon market. Then we also know about how it converted a forest industry into high-style Danish furniture in mid-century. And then we know that they're engaged in like high-end electronics like Bang & Olufsen, and even higher technology things. And most importantly, they invented Lego. So this is an extraordinarily diversified economy that started looking very much like ours. So the innovation model that they're working on is something to look at, perhaps much more than the Asian manufacturing miracles that we often do. But Cecily, I had a couple questions, because a couple of the themes you touched on were very relevant to the discussion we had earlier. One in particular, you said that you build bridges. And one of the questions we were dealing with this morning is how to link our university systems and research institutes more tightly to the private sector. You also referred that you were actually solving some problem with the creation of the fund. Maybe you could elaborate a little bit about that.
Yeah. Well, practically, it works in the way that you cannot receive 100% funding from us in the projects. It varies across the 7 programs that we have, and that has a lot to do with state aid rules, etc., which are very rigid in a European context. So that set aside, the big research programs that build the bridge between the universities and the companies, they although it's a grant from us, they will never receive the full grant for their project application. So that in practice forces them to engage with private companies so they can pay the dividend, basically. So that's how it's set up. So they have a very clear incentive to partner up with private companies to do this. There has been tons of problems in Denmark as well in building that bridge. And one thing is something as practical as the merit structure within the university, it doesn't really pay off if you're pursuing a research career and want to become a professor. It doesn't really count that you've been in and out of private companies or etc. And that is slowly changing now in a Danish context. But that's definitely something to look into. I would say in your context as well. Are there structural limitations within the whole research structure on universities on how it counts? It's a little different in an American context, for instance. So I don't know how it is with you, but just that has played a role in a Danish context at least. We are very poor. You mentioned some of our good track records, but we are very poor in creating spin-outs from universities, for instance. In fact, if you look at the numbers, if you look at how many companies are created in Denmark for the past 15 years, it's only gone one way, and that's up. But at the same time, the number of spin-outs from the universities is a completely stable line, and that just cannot be true at the same time. So there's something wrong in that sense. So we've tried to have a lot of discussions, both with the ministry, of course, but also with the universities. How can we overcome that bridge? But in our programs, that's how we do it. We build in incentives to build that bridge. We also have a specific, one of the 7 programs that we have is a what do we call that in English? Commercial PhD program where they can apply, a graduate from a university can together with a company apply for a PhD funding from us within a specific area. That means that we will pay part of the PhD salary for them to then work within the company with specific problem in the company. And obviously it has to be, it goes with all our programs, it has to be something innovative, something new that hasn't been tried before, etc. So that's another very targeted program that we have that very clearly builds that bridge.
So one of the missions you had was to take on some of the risk from early stage. Is that partly what you're going at with getting universities to spin off more firms, to get people to take those risks, or were you thinking more of just research risk?
I'm not sure you can ever get the private sector to take that very early risk, not to a large extent at least. So it's actually to prevent the valley of death or prevent bottlenecks. So that's where, as you know, or maybe you know, then the Danish government has always been maybe a little more Keynesian in its approach, or not as scared of making public investments also in the commercial side. So in that sense, it's just a very conscious choice that if you want to help it along, then this is a good place to make sure that the bridges are built. So I'm not sure you can remove it entirely. And the spin-outs was not necessarily to overcome that risk, but obviously it's part of it. And we have other programs to try to mitigate that risk, but still we can fund maybe a year that you develop more on your idea, etc., etc. But when the real test comes and you have to go to market, then for some, like for instance, quantum, if quantum technology, that's still an area with huge risks, just because it's so undeveloped still. So it's a little difficult to expect the private sector to meet that risk. So it depends very much on what technological area or technologies, I would say, and the risk is not the same.
So the issue of risk also comes up. You mentioned the importance of evaluation, or that it's one of the things that's built into your program. Can you talk a little bit about evaluation of what you're doing as a way of giving feedback into the design of your programs? And second, how do you deal with the question of risk? By nature, risk implies that some of your bets are going to fail. So how do you handle that in your evaluations, and how do you report that to your boss?
Well, we're very clear from the outset that we would be a failure, really, if we did not have a very high risk. And in you could say the risk is high all around in the sense that only somewhere around 20% of the applications across all the programs, they vary within the different, but as a general, only 20% of our applications receive a grant. So already there we're saying no to a lot of things, or a lot of proposals and a lot of innovative ideas. And that's just because we don't have that much money, really. Obviously, some or not all of the ideas are good either, but we could invest in a lot more if we had more money. And then within that 20%, we are still supposed to fail with quite a large part. Otherwise, we're simply not doing our job. So everybody is very clear about that, and also from the political level. So it's really no problem. But the
so
thing
what's
is
your
that
minimum
we cannot
failure?
document it as it is yet, and that's my point. That we have been too poor from the foundation side to measure and to follow up on our investments. So I can't say today that for this program we have this risk profile, for this program we have this, etc., etc., and we're supposed to, of course. So that's what we're working on hard very now. So that's also a recommendation. If you're setting up a foundation, something along these lines, make sure you get your impact framework ready from the beginning. It's a lot of work catching up on it afterwards, I can assure you. So that's definitely a recommendation. And I think one point there is also that we sit on a bit of a gold mine of data, because not only do we have, when we receive these 2,500 applications a year, and we only grant on average 20%, we have 80% left that is just as interesting, in my opinion, to follow as the ones that we do give a grant. Because I would at least like to know, in our startup programs, do we systematically say no to the applications that turn out to be the next unicorn in a Danish context, or do we systematically say no to the companies that turn out to be an export success just because we didn't get it here in Denmark, or weren't ready for a new technology or whatever? I can't tell at the moment. I can tell at project level if they succeeded and if they lived up to the agreement that we entered, etc., etc. But at the program level, I would like to know, is this a successful program in structurally also producing the highest level of innovation? And that's where we're failing right now. So that's what we're working hard on to improve. But do it from the beginning if you have to do it.
Okay, I think we have to close, but from the minimum, what I want to take away, and you can add to this, is first of all, build in evaluation from the beginning, and second of all, fail enough.
Yes,
build
absolutely.
that into design. Was there anything else that you want to leave us that I should highlight?
No, that's two very valuable points.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Cecily.
You're welcome.
I'll visit Denmark. It's a
enjoy the rest of the conference.
We thank Cecily and Bill for this very rich exchange. We have lots of ideas and experiences. So now we'll move on to the next panel, the role of public policy to foster an innovative ecosystem. We will now invite Sabrina Sausteliskis. Sorry for the pronunciation. Did I pass the test? I always fail. She is the Executive Director of the Uruguay Innovation Hub program. José Miguel Benavente, Executive Vice President of Corporación de Fomento de la Producción in Chile, CORFO, as acronym. And we also invite I introduced Sabrina and José Miguel, and now Fernando Peirano, a professor at the National University of Quilmes and former president of the Research, Development and Innovation Agency in Argentina. And the moderator will be Andrés Valenciano, Director of ECLAC's office in Washington, D.C., and former Foreign Trade Minister in Costa Rica. Welcome. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation to approach this topic that everybody will find fascinating because it collects many of the challenges and opportunities that were mentioned during the day. And in this sense, we heard in the morning Miguel talking about this big vision or path that we've had in the region concerning innovation, productivity, and how to advance in that line. And then more specifically, we talked about the private sector and how they see this versus the public sector. And finally, the critical aspect of human talent. And now we will hear about an example of one of the innovation agencies in a developed country. And in this sense, we have here three guests who will be speaking, first of all, about how in the countries, in the agencies that you manage or managed in the past, you understand innovation, how the governance of the institutions is like, and how they are financed, because that's critical because of the small margins in our countries. Then what tools you use and the objectives you pursue. We've heard about what the Innovation Agency in Denmark is focused on key sectors for their economy. What kinds of sectors or stages of maturity of the companies do you work with? Is it more with people, with universities, consortiums, etc.? And what are the objectives that you seek? Is it to create new sectors, new industries? Are you looking to incorporate more technology in existing companies? Do you seek to improve managerial capacities, which are vital for these companies? Each one of you will have 10 minutes to tell us about how your agencies are structured, and then we will go into a stage where you can react to some comments. And then we will continue with some questions related to what has been discussed during the morning. So, first of all, our hostess, Sabrina. Thank you. I will try to speak for just 10 minutes allowed. And I will start by governance of innovation in Uruguay. That is a program that I'm lucky to manage. It's not the country's innovation agency, but it's a specific program that has arisen as a spin-off of the ANI, a specific objective. And I can tell you, not to the Uruguayans, but the people who are with us from abroad, about that governance is precisely being analyzed from the whole political and academic spectrum, as well as scientific and entrepreneurial areas of Uruguay. And we have an agreement that it is an area that should be highlighted and given a more important role. And it's a electoral campaign going on, and there are proposals from both sides. whether to become a greater role within a ministry or even generating a science and technology ministry. But there is a general agreement that this is a very important topic. This program, Uruguay Innovation Hub, was started a year and a half ago as an expression of something that was happening in Uruguay in an organic manner. Uruguay was receiving investment funds and startups were generated in a very promising manner, and the multinational companies that had innovation and research and innovation centers here, and there was a need to strengthen what was happening to attract new players that would end up spilling over in the economy and also help the local ecosystem so it could scale globally and reach other markets or reach the funding that may be far hard to find. So this program seeks to foster knowledge economy in the understanding that this is a way that countries can generate changes in the productive matrices and the quality studies. And I'm taking from Bill's book that it's not what we produce, but how we produce it that is important. And I thought that was very important because in these very global markets, it's not just to have the resources and the commodities, but what do we do with the raw materials and how do we transform them and make them sophisticated to compete in a global market? So this program arose a year and a half ago as an expression of trying to strengthen the innovation ecosystem in three areas. Specifically, one is the deep technologies, the other is biotechnology, which is a deep technology, but we take it as a specific area because of its characteristics and needs. And the third one is green technologies, everything that has to do with mitigating climate change effects in agriculture, etc. So we can say that we are a kind of startup. We're very new, very small as a program, but we have a board that is an analogy of the startup, our investment board, and it's very well represented by different ministries that have a focus and the clarity that innovation is where Uruguay should be headed, and the Ministry of Economy, the Ministry of Education and Culture, the Ministry of Industry, that is, it holds a chair, and the investment office. We're a spin-off of the ANI, that is an innovation and research agency that is in charge of our daily operations and the management of the tools that we deploy. We do this so that we have a very light structure that can be changed easily, but we have the support of an institution that has a big team of people to implement the processes. Concerning funding, the budget of year 2022 approved amount of $30 million for 2022, 23, 24 that can be deployed into 4 objectives: accelerating entrepreneurship, supporting technology, and the funding of startups, and also connecting. And I will start by the aspect of connecting, and it's this building that we are here doing this event now. It's an innovation campus where we have our offices, and we have a constant schedule of activity. And the program is not limited to this space, but we seek for it to be a reference point for the whole ecosystem to come and organize activities open and that bring content, and it can become a meeting point. Concerning accelerating, Uruguay Innovation Hub occupies a space that is after some other supports that are received from other agencies of the government, such as ANDE, the National Development Agency, and the ANI, the Research and Innovation Agency, that support the innovation in the initial stages, seed capital. And we occupy a space that was not taken. That was when these firms have found their business model and their market, but they need support to scale globally. and we saw that the acceleration program was necessary and a fund to support these ventures. And since last year, we did a call for an acceleration program, a fund that finally was selected, our crowd, that comes from Israel, that has a consortium with local institutions such as Hort University and the Ingenio Incubator and also Manatech of Miami in the US to help with the soft landing of the ventures there. This program is already working, and the idea is to accelerate agnostic investments, not in any industry in particular. And with the program, what we will do is support with this accelerator. In the area of biotechnology, also, we saw that we needed a bit of a different figure from an accelerator, and we saw that it was necessary to create a greater number of ventures in the area of biotechnology, which is an area that Uruguay has researchers of very high international level, but we need the possibility of strengthening so that these can become ventures that can solve problems of food, health, human health and animal health. And so there was a call that was for this figure that joins management with research. Logically, researchers not necessarily have to have the managerial ability to face a business model or how to reach a certain market. And that is what this service does. It joins startups, generates startups between researchers and the managerial side, and this in the area of testing, the program does support a series of open labs that lower the barriers of entrepreneurs to do concept testing, visibilizing technologies and mentorships in some other cases, or licenses so that they can do their pilots. And maybe the most well-known laboratory is a Microsoft AI. That was the first in Latin America and the third outside the US that was accelerated and is supported from Uruguay so that they could reach and serve the whole of Latin America. But we have other laboratories. One is focused on 5G, that is a combination between Antel and the Chamber of Software, ANI and LATU. They have the IBM laboratory as well. There are two laboratories of technology connected with logistics, and recently we did a call for new laboratory proposals, which will be announced shortly. And we saw that there is a very big space of interest in these types of laboratories, covering needs that are latent. And with that, I will end.
Great. Along the same lines, Miguel, what's your experience in Corfu? First of all, thank you for having invited us. Very interesting so far. I'll go from the general to the specific. At Corfu, we have three pillars. The first one, financing. Corfu created the risk capital in Chile. That was 20 years ago. We provided support to private administrator, and for each peso or dollar, Corfu puts between 2 and 3 pesos. This develops a risk capital industry. There are 80 such funds in Chile now. But we realized there were some problems. In Chile, we don't have a fund for funds. This is a very important tool for this type of fund. Second, the pension funds and insurance companies, which are very important, cannot invest directly in such funds. So we saw an opportunity there. And we are trying to analyze this gap, this evolution. We have a bill of law to create a national development bank. But that bank that we already have is like a spin-off of Corfo. It's the management that does funding, and it's the one that deals with risk capitals. But due to budget issues and regulations, it cannot continue this process of accompanying the early stages of funding. Another issue that we detected in terms of funding is that there is a gap in funding innovation projects where the subsidies are not justified, where the risk capital does not enter into place. That is done in other developed countries through debt or certain types of credit. That's not something we can do. So new things are a new public institution that is a kind of development bank that has an instrument that will close the gaps that we have detected. And it's going to be like a spin-out of Corfu or a subsidiary of Corfu. And we will capitalize it with $1 billion approx. And there's much interest from multilaterals to be part of this endeavor. Regarding funding, that's it. The second pillar, supporting entrepreneurial activities, development, new things. One of them is together with obtaining funds for new enterprises or innovation in already established companies. Most of them have received individual support through grants or technical support. And one issue we discovered was that, in general, innovation is systemic. Therefore, we have adopted the idea of innovation ecosystems or undertaking ecosystems, and we support the development of such things. As the ecosystems are specific territories and sectors, part of public policy was to delegate a lot on territories or departments, depending on the country, the allocation of resources to the regional Corfu directorates or bureaus to allocate resources to support ecosystems in the territories, so as to control and follow up and monitor. Within the context of the undertaking, in Chile, we had some programs like Startup Chile. This was serendipity. The Startup Chile program was developed by someone who was considering bringing entrepreneurs from other parts of the world, from developed countries, to develop their plans in Chile. And the objective of the Startup Chile program was to have a program in NASDAQ in the US. It doesn't happen yet. So it didn't work. But in the meantime, something interesting happened. Originally, this was only meant for foreigners, but after 4 years, we invited Chilean entrepreneurs. And what happened with Startup Chile, which is documented in academic paper, Chilean entrepreneurs learned because they interacted with foreign entrepreneurs coming from more developed ecosystems. And all the unicorns that left Chile came from this program, Startup Chile. All of them said that the key element was interacting with foreign entrepreneurs who told them what to do. This program kept on working and developing. One other characteristic of the program, when you design something, I was part of the design, we didn't see that the type of support led the type of undertaking in sectors that use very little physical capital. They were based on algorithms and IT. It was not a matter of infrastructure like having labs and so on. So undoubtedly, of all unicorns that left Chile, they are all based in algorithms and information and communication technologies. So we started realizing that there were types of entrepreneurs who were in clean tech that required a lot of physical infrastructure to develop and test. And that infrastructure does exist in Chile, but at the level of university laboratories. And the use of such labs was as follows. If you want to come to our labs, it's Saturday and Sunday, because the rest of the time this is devoted to research in the university. As we realized this, we launched a new program. We created a parallel program, parallel to Startup Chile. It's called Startup Campus. It's funding for a vertical building, and it's vertical for a reason. This public good that we offer is a set of labs. It will host entrepreneurs to use this common structure. We have wet labs and dry labs, and this will be devoted to ClickTech and others. We'll build several. The first ones in Santiago. So that's the second pillar. There are many other things, but I won't mention them. The third pillar is a pillar we call New Productive Development / New Industrial Policy. This new industrial policy, without protectionism or subsidies, it's developing some productive sectors. The idea in the Danish case, oriented by missions. The previous administration in our country legally decided to decarbonize by 2050. To do so, we need to do several steps. One of them, forestry sector for the capture of CO2, then green hydrogen, and then lithium and other efficiency subjects. So the third pillar fosters the development of activities that relate to decarbonization. Green hydrogen is a new industry. It does not exist. We are creating it from scratch. And we have two comparative advantages in Chile. One is the marginal cost of producing green energy, because we have sun in the north and wind in the south. And second, space. We have many areas where to locate it. That's not the case in Europe. And the second is lithium. That's a sector that exists, but from an innovative point of view, we need to generate in a more productive chain. Lithium cannot be exploited by private sectors. In this case, we have two companies that will work on behalf of Chileans. One of them, and Corfu, will be controlling, participating. We have contracts with these two companies, and there are two important clauses. They have to provide funds for research and development, and Corfu decides who will receive this. The Startup Campus funding is one of the resources coming from these contracts. It's very important. It's of about $80 million a year for the next 40 years in one case. A resource that doesn't go to the public treasury. It goes from private to private. We decide as Corfu. We invented this so as not to have difficulties with the treasury. And the other clause says specialized producer. We can give 25% of that production to a company, so it produces added value in Chile. and 2 Chinese companies have half of that quota, and they will produce batteries in Chile and will call for bids for another part. That's the third pillar. These are the 3 pillars relative to innovation. I hope you understood me. I speak very quickly.
Okay, Fernando, the same. The case of research and development in Argentina. So good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to the World Bank Group and Bill and Marcela. And I want to share my greetings with Tugba and with Alejandro, with 2 colleagues of the World Bank, in addition to the strategic orientation of the professor. We have discussed and negotiated an important program a few years ago of over $200 million to support innovation in Argentina. And the truth is that this is a very inviting situation to rethink from the experience of managing a promotion agency at times when everything is being questioned. I think there is a political environment where some things that we thought were confirmed have to be explained again, because in Argentina now there is a political project that does not believe in climate change and also in public goods. This affects us in a double manner. If we think that the state has not to do anything, or whether they have to do it, and this provides us with the exercise of rethinking all this and finding the reasons why it should be done. My connection with the agency was threefold. First, as a researcher, because the agency supports research, and then as a head of the strategic plan of science, technology and innovation in 2020, the 2020 strategic plan, where the agency was the instrumental arm of that plan. And I'm talking about a process between the years 11 and 15, and then from 19 to 23, I was managing this institution of processes more than strategies, an institution of doing and applying and accompanying. And the fundamental principle was that nobody goes alone. We think that innovation is the result of systemic exercise, because, as the professor said, this is extremely attractive if we see it from the return that it may give, we may get from innovation, but it's extremely risky. So is there a strategic institutional web to reduce that risk? And we think that it is a matter of joining capacities that are not joined from the operations of the stimuli of the market. So the agency is an institution that has become 25 years old. It's an institution that can manage 8,000 projects. That's its portfolio. 8,000 projects per year, and it transferred to the productive system, both university and scientific environments. And there's over 100 institutions in Argentina between universities and scientific institutions, and there are over 1,500 small and medium companies that make knowledge part of their profitability and their competitiveness. As we heard before, in Denmark, in Argentina, in normal times, the agency would approve half of the applications they receive, and the other half would not achieve the standard, and the governance is formally more than practically made up by a collegiate body. I was the chair of the board of the agency. It's a collegiate institution. The representatives of this innovation system, but the executive has greater weighting. In its 25 years, the agency started to become a deconcentrated body that had its own budget line and would be supplemented in terms of autonomy with the legal autonomy, which is extremely important to have speed in the processes. The agency works well if you can fulfill the Pareto's law that says that 20% of the bet explain 80% of the results. In the agency, this is Pareto's law on steroids. If 10% of the projects work well, what we did is justified because the social return, and we have been able to measure it in different academic papers, is positive for society, not only for those who receive the support. And there is a multiplying effect because it has been measured more in the US than in Latin America, but the multiplier of the R&D, the macroeconomic multiplier of the investment on R&D, is one of the most important multipliers. For each 100 that society invests, they will generate 300 or 400 because it's a domino effect of investments, of results, of increase in productivity, etc. Now, what were the challenges that I found when I started this stage as a chairman? First, the legitimacy of doing this, because ultimately an agency tries to do what cannot be done in this case by the market, which is to assign resources from one source to another. You have to mobilize resources, change them from one place to another, and also have the conviction that without science, there is no own technology. And many times our countries in Latin America have been witnessing productive industrial processes where very few benefits are left in terms of social development because we are not the ones who have the key to that technology. We're simply users of the technology. So if we do not have science, we do not have the knowledge to open that technology. Simultaneously, science does not have consequence if you don't develop an application. So one important point is the legitimacy to be able to give sense to investing in science and giving it a raison d'etre to seeking more technology when we know, as was said today, that the adoption of technology will always imply a transformation. And adopting is adapting technology to the ground. And we've done this many times as if we wanted to eat only the menu on the airplane, whether pasta or chicken. We have done it with subsidies, non-returnable funds, or soft credit. And my experience with this indicates that this is much more than providing funds. Things happen and transform when the promotion assumes a much articulation role rather than financing role. Funds without technologies do not transform. And many times it was said this morning what we need are the managerial capacities, not the funds. And also the agency has acted as a creditor. We have over 110,000 researchers in Argentina, but out of those, 30,000 receive subsidies for research from the agency because there are researchers that cannot get to credit their research. They are at the university, but there's a higher level, which is the researchers that can get to register their research and they receive a credit from the agency and they can do it better, bigger, and with greater impact. And so there is a credit level And there's this discussion between basal and oriented research. What should we do, whether to support base science or climb onto the missions? And we were searching on the basal aspect, scientific excellence. We didn't ask what they wanted to do, and if they did it with academic excellence, we was fulfill the requirements. And it's not so much the missions as Mazzucato defined them, or this has led a trail of work, but it is the articulation of combining three things that in Latin America are not spontaneously combined, which is natural resources, as we heard, a very interesting example of Chile with lithium and copper, and the production in the entrepreneurial role of generating value and knowledge. If we have projects that combine knowledge, production, and natural resources, we are generating a development leap. And I will end by saying that this is much more difficult than it used to be because luckily or unfortunately, there is an economy of knowledge that runs through Latin America, generates a new source of service exportation. And everything we don't do well at the university or scientific system level, these are human resources that will go to work in a different space. And this is welcomed, but it also weakens the possibilities of base science and technology. And the failure of the current science policies is not something intangible or theoretical. It's not an invisible train that leaves and we stay on the platform. It's something very specific. Every day through the doors of the scientific system and the university, there are people who leave to venture into new sectors that are intensive, and we will discuss with time how they articulate with the development of Latin America. Thank you very much.
After listening to these participants, we see that there are similarities as well as different approaches to understand the role of agency. We also have the Danish case. The question is, how do we know that what we do works? You mentioned return on investment. You said that Startup Chile was probably not its initial objective was not met, but it met other objectives. You talked about acceleration, the laboratories. And the topic that worries me is that in our region, we are used to measuring the function of institutions depending on inputs and outputs, but not on the basis of outcomes. We measure how much money we lend, how many people participated, how many companies were accelerated, how many persons were trained. But how do we know if that is causing impact? So please tell us how you deal with that understanding to know whether what you do has an impact. We start on that extreme. Sabrina, a very difficult question to answer because we have indicators which are basic indicators. One specific area does evaluation and monitoring, how many individuals have an impact, how many companies. We also have a program for matching funds. How much money we are going to put in such funds, how many companies will be converted, what outcomes we'll get. But that will not give us the true result or measure the impact we generate. And the challenge is in the long term. And it has to do with innovation. This is a long or medium term goal. And it's hard when we have public policies and when the cycles of governments are rather short. It's difficult to really explain that this is not going to be measured politically. It has to go beyond different administrations. It has to do with talent, as we talked earlier on. It has to do with education. If today we want to have a scientific and technical undertaking, we need young people who are successful in their basic education, who go to university, who choose STEM careers, and can continue doing research. So that becomes an innovation. So the challenge is to obtain multifactorial indicators. We'll try to do that. A very good question. One context. Chile has articulated its public policy through evaluating logical framework and impact through the Ministry of Economy that does the evaluation periodically. Many of the instruments are in the social sphere or in the productive sphere. In particular, I'll go back to the 3 pillars. Funding. The way in which we structure public support to funding and capital risk funds and the new development bank says that private sector is seeking its own interest. If an administrator is willing to put $1 and the state puts another $1, the decision is on the private sector and they are making decisions in their own interest. To evaluate the impact of such funds. That's quite good, extraordinary, but in general, the return is positive. And that's a way to measure it. In the case of the National Development Bank, it's similar to the World Bank or CAF or IDB. In this case, if we have syndicated credit, first if they are syndicated, in the case of a structure, it's not a last resort lending, but if the private also participate, there are incentives and second tier and so on. Those are the ones who evaluate. That's the first pillar. Second pillar, undertakings and entrepreneurship activities. The idea is to generate new jobs, and Startup Chile is the main source to create dynamic jobs. Over 90% of new jobs created in Chile comes through new dynamic entrepreneurial efforts like Startup Chile. So from that viewpoint, apart from all the externalities, there is an evidence that this is positive. From the viewpoint of innovation, this is tricky, very tricky. We have to check whether there is crowding out or crowding in. In the evaluations I did, in the case of Chile, there are 2 effects. One is crowding in. We also manage tributary credit, and you've read all the articles from John, Van Riel, and Williams. Going back to this, it generates crowding in. And in the Chilean case, it does. And the second effect is innovation, increase of sales, increase of taxes paid to the states, how much additional money it collects. Increased by taxes as a consequence of innovation is -3 now. This is documented, you can check it. The third pillar has to do with a new industrial policy, very complex. In the case of green hydrogen, everybody else in the world is betting on it. And this is an idea of a way to decarbonize based on a comparative advantage we have, which is evident. But this must happen in all administrations, not just in one. And the first plans for green hydrogen will be built in the future, in the next administration. But if the country decarbonizes other things and incorporates green technology, this return is going to be positive from a social viewpoint. And in the case of lithium, we measure added value. If investors come to Chile and generate added value, that works. That's the third pillar. Great. Go ahead. From my own perspective, promoting science, technology, and innovation is a challenge in terms of evaluation. as I said before, we need to build legitimacy and know where to allocate resources. By rethinking innovation in the region, we should rethink evaluation as well. We in Argentina have built solid capacity on evaluation. We call them ex ante, with a peer evaluating system, other scientists evaluating a scientific proposal. But that is ex ante to the proposal. We are very weak to evaluate after the project to see what results have a potential so that we can accompany them and move science to the last consequences. I endorse what José Miguel said. There are different methods. In general, they are very specific methods, not much systemic. Where the test is positive, it's worthwhile doing this, but we do not have this advantage of the evaluation during or before or after. The science evaluation looks at CVs of those who are leading the proposals. But in the case of Denmark, you start with a gray area when you should be betting on technology. We have very little evaluators for the technological waging. We should be stronger in terms of imagining the world before future comes. For example, in the case of new energies, will lithium be the vector, or will it be hydrogen or wind energy? We need to answer such questions before we evaluate a project. So this is key. When we need to do this, we must build our own GPS to move around the world. Imagine the GPS we need if we want to evaluate how efficient a public office is. Public organizations can also promote the adoption, adaptation, and fostering technology. And the GPS of a public company cannot be profitability as it is understood in the private sector. Otherwise, it would be competing and displacing the private sector. So, to promote and transform from science, technology, and innovation means evaluating the relative cases at different times of the process. So, I consider that if we want to make a difference in future, we should be better in handling this criterion. Now, I'll go back to the initial presentation by Bill. It's clear that return on investment in the case of innovation is very different depending on the conditions in the context. So tell us, in your experience, in your different contexts where you operate, what are the main challenges? Sabrina mentioned talent. Is talent a barrier, your main barrier? Is it the lack of ideas or proposals that may be funded? We've talked about managerial capacity. Should we accompany enterprises so they can work with us? Has it to do with regulation? Is it the responsibility of regulators? Has it got something to do with lack of support in terms of procedures? Which of these enabling factors have not allowed more entrepreneurs to bring ideas that can be funded, or more researchers with proposals of projects that could be applied? Your ideas, please. Well, it's difficult in the case of Uruguay, and maybe it's similar in other countries. We have all kinds of challenges, and we are standing on very many strongholds. I mentioned talent, but Uruguay is a country that has outstanding talent. I was sorry to say we were a superstar in 1870, and we no longer are. Uruguay has an innovation story that was mentioned initially when we talked about educational innovation, Plan Ceibal. Also, José Pedro Varela was an innovator when he decided that school would be secular, non-religious, and free of charge. We also talked about being pioneers in traceability and renewable energies. But as I said before, there is a consensus in Uruguay that this is a topic we need to dwell on. I talked to an entrepreneur who's looking for funding, and one of the investors said, it's not a matter of funding, the state should help in regulations, because there's money in the world. That's true. And the state needs to fill the gaps. Sometimes those market failures that need to be corrected. The state must do what its role is regulating and enabling these conditions. And the challenge is to be aligned, heading towards the same direction, knowing where we want to go. Early on, we were talking about the fact that we need to orient research to certain areas and favor research that has to do with curiosity. And all institutions must be clear where they are heading to, and funding should encourage all kinds of research. In short, we all have the same challenges, but at a smaller scale.
Very quickly, do you think there is a challenge or that coordination between the public and the private could be better to identify those areas and sectors? Or do you think that the way that the hub is designed and the national agency are designed to allow this interaction with the private sector to have constant communication? Well, Uruguay has a strength in this sense because we are small. This is very important strength because public-private dialogue is very easy, and the program gives us constant dialogue with companies. And concerning what the colleague said about articulation, even though we don't have a specific articulation tool, that's what we do most of the day, to connect entrepreneurs with funds, with challenges, with technological solutions. And because we are small, we have 1 degree or a degree and a half to reach anybody, and that makes things very easy. The way that we see this in Chile now, it's a bit different from what traditionally Latin America and Chile have done with the agenda of technology and innovation, and also ventures. We do is most of the public support for these topics has been very much oriented by demand, supply, and also capacities, which is okay. We know that we are behind those figures, but the big difficulty in our ecosystem is that we've gotten the demand, and here there are 2 or 3 demands. The public demand, which can be either public goods or the demand generated by the public sector. The public goods is, for example, how do we serve climate change, crime, etc. These are public demands, and demands of the public sector is when the ministry has to solve their own demands. The Ministry of Industry, of Mining, Agriculture, etc. The other thing is the private sector as a structure for problems, not as someone who can offer something that can be potentially attractive. And in Chile, the problem we have is that we do not have the structure neither in the public or the private sector. And structuring a problem is very difficult. It's very difficult, more difficult than structuring solutions. And we all know that the big demander in the United States, the Ministry of Defense, the Ministry of Health, and most of the derivatives are done in the sectors attending to demands and problems that come from the sectoral ministries. And to just an example, how many PhD understand mining problems in Chile? Do you have? Zero, nobody. And energy, zero. So we have an outlook of the public sector as an efficient actor and mainly to regulate sectors or to use the agency to be efficient mechanisms for subsidies. I think that's a role of the state. And now in the private sector, also, one of the big problems for innovation to be incorporated in productive processes is that you need managers that know how to generate value and that can structure problems so that the university and even the private companies that provide knowledge can give solution to those problems. When the model of offer, I discover my business model by arriving to the solution. And the point is to do it exactly the opposite. Support companies to structure problems in ways that the university can provide solutions. And these companies in Chile don't exist either. Is it a public policy space? Yes, and it's cheaper, because they don't need to do some mechanisms that are being used in Chile and other countries is innovative public purchases. That is bids that they are done not for the needs that they have, but to require solutions to our problems, and then they condition the solution to make it more efficient. So what I'm trying is to enlarge the discussion of whether I'm lacking resources, human capital, connection, support to innovation. Of course, we are lacking those. But what I'm saying is that this part that we never thought, well, now we are thinking better, in more structured manner. And in the Chilean case, we're strengthening this part that has to do with demand, both public and private. I think it's key to point out the sector of the private sector to be a good partner. We have talked about the talent aspect, and a specific case that I will tell you from Costa Rica when we discuss with the private sector the aspect of talent. Many companies continue to talk about the description of a job description. But when we double click that, we see that companies within the same sector have people working in those positions that do very different things. So when we started to take the conversation towards competencies or skills are required from people, these companies realize they're not talking about the same thing. So how the public sector can understand and start to change their thinking about how to train people from demand if the demand itself does not know what they need. All of that to say that we should see this as a complicity between the public-private sectors to move forward training programs and what is required in the laboratories to really understand what the private sector needs to move ahead. If you will allow me, I will tell you a short story of a case that is probably the most interesting of the 4 years of the agency that will answer and highlight that all that list is important. The pandemic was obviously an extraordinary moment. Different things happened, and those things that were different that happened, is it worth making them normal and routine? Many times I asked myself, how is it possible that Argentina, that has 3 Nobel Prizes in science, an institution that ranks in the first positions, such as CONICET, and universities that also lead some rankings, and a private pharmaceutical sector that is extremely relevant. Half the medicines in Argentina are produced by local companies, and we have a clinical research platform that is extremely important and is recognized by multinational laboratories that come to Argentina to do their phase 3 research. And we have a sanitary schedule that has 24 free vaccines that are part of the health prevention system. And with all that, where a third of the research is oriented towards health. And with all that, Argentina had never produced a vaccine. How do you understand that? And so we needed a vaccine, and the world needed a vaccine at the time of the COVID pandemic. And Argentina now has a vaccine that was designed and produced in Argentina. How is this possible? Because we had the talent of a researcher that generated a combining protein that proved in the lab that could simulate the immunological system with a part of the SARS-CoV-2, and with that it expand the titles and the protection. And with that, all we did was to congratulate ourselves on a good idea that required supplementary knowledge which the industry had, and it could scale that recombining protein and multiply it by millions to have an industrial prototype. And with an industrial prototype, do you have a vaccine? No. You need to go through the regulatory system, which is fundamental in a drug, and to verify that it is efficacious but also safe. And there we had the experience and the biotherium for research in animal models. But when we did the first testing, they told us these mice are not homologated in the FDA standard. They are missing one genetic mutation. Will allow this to be the precedent to the research on volunteers, on humans, because the development in Argentina was detoured through a path that was CRISPR, not health matter. So what was the wall? $25,000, which was what we had to pay to have the first lot batch of mice that could be used in the preclinical testing. And there we gathered 2,000 people in very few months, but we had a phase 3 study, but we did not have phase 1 and 2, which are the initial experiences. And we managed to do that with a regulatory authority that has international level, but that had never been at the beginning of the process instead of the end. And the difference between the positions was double the time and double the budget, because being habitual in the ASMAT is to wait for the result of preclinical and clinical trials, discard half because they are not interested in the evidence that is brought, and then require new studies that will require repeating research and increasing budget. Because we didn't have the time or the money, we requested the ASMAT whether they could work differently, if the regulatory authority could be part of the gears of the research, and they did that. And the last link, because I could see the file and the idea in a lab. In my own arm, I have my last shot, booster shot, with this vaccine that was thought as a recombining protein vaccine that is not the frontier technology. But there was a technology, and we had a solution. The fear, the urgency was imposed on us, and so we had a solution. And this recombining protein can be distributed in a cold chain of -2, not with -90 with ultra freezer like messenger RNA. And this gave it viability to cover not only Argentina, but most of the developing countries, in which was the last link, the last stitch for this story to be closed. Public purchasing, because I could I could get this vaccine because I paid it, but a vaccine cannot be based on the budget, on the pocket. So there was a public purchase that was missing for that entrepreneur that invested together with the government how much did the company account for? $7 million, and we paid $8 million, and the government counted only the current investment, not the salaries, etc. And the company was measuring all the salaries of the qualified personnel. And do you know how much is $15 million? It's only 2% of the budget that the government had projected in 2023 for the purchase of vaccines. So with 2%, we started playing in a different league, and there was a transformation. So this is talent, articulation, regulation, investment, public purchasing. But this worked this time. How can we make it work in many more cases and for good ideas not to be left unaccomplished, as I'm sure it happens in Argentina and all over countries? I think that that example illustrates something that in the initial presentation was, Bill's initial presentation was very clear, that our countries do not require one thing. It's a coordinated effort of many public policies and a very near coordination between the public and private sectors. And we have talked about the private sector, the education sector, the authorities, the development agencies, when this is organized by the World Bank. So it would be very good to hear from you which would be the role or what could be done better from the development banks, the international body organizations, and the international community to support the agenda that you'll each lead.
I think the role of these institutions, with the best intention, I believe that the systemic vision they have of the region, the possibility of doing benchmark, working with best practices, and the possibility to tell us what is going on in different countries so as to choose best practices, apart from the role of funding. I believe that's my answer. Uruguay was benefited by the role of multilateral organizations, and I think that's it. I used to work in a multilateral, so I'm biased. I agree with you, Sabrina, best practices. And a new thing we did with the World Bank, the development of a new sector like green hydrogen. We created the first facility in the world in Chile, and the World Bank helped. IDB in the bank in Germany, CAF, and the European Bank, 5 banks. It was hard to coordinate. With this, I mean, an institution just like the World Bank may bet for new instruments in new sectors. And I understand that the World Bank faced this same question regarding why here and not in other places, because sometimes there's competition. This is something that sounds difficult. You cannot give resources to the private sector. It should go to social issues, rather. So what I mean is this: if multilaterals work collaboratively with initiatives of different countries, that helps. Not just good practices, but help develop innovative initiatives in funding, developing new policies. This is very, very important. In the case of early funding, having an institution like the World Bank in our facility, we have syndicated credit, for example, so the private are more trust more because they know there is a backup in the methodology, that projects are evaluated. So that is a positive effect, very relevant. And finally, all that has to do with the generation of knowledge. I was not here at during the presentation of Bill, and his books reflect that. The public goods, that's important. Also, the idea of working on an agenda that, at least in my case, I had to convince the stakeholders in the institution that the agenda was worth the effort, that it not only had elements to fight poverty, work for education and health, that's key, but it was also very important. Productivity, science, technology, investment. So that's the way the agenda should go, should move. And multilateral organizations help our institutions like Corfo and your institution and Argentinian institution, because it's very, very difficult within our countries to put this agenda in the on the political table, because it's intangible, it's long-term, with public resources today, and we need to add political capital. So from the viewpoint of pushing the agendas in our countries, how do we go about it? You go ahead. I agree with Benavente. In my conversations with different researchers, in the end, I was convinced that what we did was not just provide funding, but provide certainties. We pushed the horizon because the World Bank, IDB, and other multilateral organizations generate certainty. There is a vision, there is an idea how to move forward. They provide funds. That gives a guarantee that things will happen. They credit value. They give us a method to proceed. They give us a method to evaluate. And this all allows us to move up. Now, what is the challenge to keep on scaling up? One, to open the black box of innovation. We need to be clear on the different modalities of innovation and the different sources of innovation. One thing is the scientific innovation or the financial innovation or the commercial innovation. They are all important, but they are not all protected in the same way. They don't have the same risks. So in the next 25 years of my agency, what can I think for the future? We need to be more accurate on the different factors of innovation. Another very important thing is to dare conduct a deeper transformation. We have to recover 1 century. If we need a chance to win the fight, we must be able, in conceptual terms, to go from Ricardian income associated to static advantages and natural resources to Schumpeterian incomes. This goes beyond sectors. You may find Schumpeterian income in many places. If Latin America does not undergo such transformation, there will be no chances to come out of its painful situation of being a very unequal region living under its possibilities, really having people with more opportunities leave the country. And then we have social debts that are very heavy to cope with. So we need to transform this, and we need to be clear in investing in new products, new industries, new procedures, so that knowledge is part of the heart of businesses. We won't be able to win the game. You may say, well, but we have poverty, urgencies, infrastructure needs. You will probably understand this. Have you ever tried to work the rubric cube? It has different faces. The worst thing to approach it is to start with one phase and then move into the second. Development has a lot of the Rubik cube. It's not poverty first and then infrastructure and then knowledge. We need to play in such a way that we work all the phases at the same time, having the development algorithm so that each movement contributes. So for the World Bank, in the case of the World Bank, we need to recognize that it helped us move forward. But for the next step, we need to work on certain challenges. Thank you. I think that it's clear that the position of innovation agencies within the institutional framework of countries play a fundamental role. Somehow they feed on basic policies, on education, connectivity, infrastructure, etc., to operate on a daily basis. At the same time, they need to be pushing the country forward, encouraging the transformation, moving into new phases. I think that the executive director of the Innovation Fund in Denmark tried to explain this. They have large missions, but they also fund sectors where Denmark is well positioned, and they want to increase the use of technology, improve competitiveness in certain sectors. So that's a balance required. Now, to wind up, I will give you a final opportunity for a final comment or idea that you would like the public to take away with them. Sometimes it's difficult to make a case as of why countries need to think about traditional agendas or discuss how to rethink innovation. This is your opportunity.
Well, in closing, I think I will go back to the beginning of what you were saying. I feel that innovation is something long-term, as they were saying. It does not have a political benefit, but it's important for it to permeate every level of society, private sector, public purchases, etc. And it's something that has to be thought of not as an objective per se, because it's a trend or something like that, but innovation is to understand that improvement in productivity, in the quality of employment, and ultimately an improvement for people in general. If I had to say a challenge that we have as an agency, as a program ahead of us, and for it to permeate open innovation towards companies. And I think we are paying a lot of attention to entrepreneurs and startups and helping them to test and finance them. But from the demand side, we should make companies aware of the need to innovate and to be able to use the startups. A short time ago, we had an international guest that was talking about open innovation, and they said, where are the most brilliant minds? And we're talking. A big part of the GDP of Uruguay was at the talk, and they were saying, where are the brightest minds? Are they inside your company? No, these bright minds are in the academia, universities, startups. So the most intelligent person is the one that gets that startup to be to knock on your door to do a test, and the most intelligent company is the one that invests on that innovation, because that solution they will receive is a solution for this company, but also for all the competitors. And so this is a challenge to make the industry aware of the importance of innovation, which will allow growth. I totally agree. I think that if you see the history of institutional development associated to science and technology, and then the application in ventures, the creation of CONICET, of all these agencies, they were all created in the same month, the same year, seeking for the same goals, but they didn't change in 30 years. I think that it was in June 1967 with the same name. And I think that all this was necessary but not sufficient condition, and we were missing the other part that Korea did, that the US did, for different, very different reasons. The reasons that motivated those technological changes were crisis mainly. They developed these solutions out of despair, not out of curiosity. And precisely what I'm saying is exactly the same. It's the demand, the part that is missing in our developmental institutionality of the resources, the foci, etc., is that we have not seen the demand side, the demand of the public sector or public good demands, and also from the private sector. I think that that is a big challenge that we need to do. And as a consequence, the cost of will go up and in all aspects, and also the financing and intellectual property issues will become more difficult. But all of this, Fernando said it very clearly, all of this is not in a vacuum, because these discussions are complex, and one characteristic that countries such as the US had in space race, or Korea after the war, where it was finished, South Korea, or Finland when the Soviet bloc fell, is that innovation is part of the ideas of the society, and this in our society is still not there. And so this is reflected when the cost of investment increases, everybody claps, but when we have to go and beg for little crumbs of budget. So if innovation is part of the imaginary of the society, this becomes easier. And how do we do it? I have no idea. But demonstrations, crisis, new sectors, people, this has a name. And this is an anthropological, sociological problem. It's not for economists or engineers. It's a political issue. And without wanting it, if you see the scientists of our region, they're very good politicians because they talk about science. And it's good. They have obtained some resources, but we are not yet in the innovation technology to be exposed. And when you see other countries with the subject of innovation, as Cecile was saying, in the Danish case, you have it within the political discussion in the parliament. That will give you half the battle. And I think that's the second most difficult challenge we all have. Very briefly, I think that that's a good challenge for international organizations who throughout history, they have created narratives about the transformation of countries and what to prioritize. And I think that the UN and the World Bank, etc., can help build narratives around development and how innovation has to be at the center for the agency of the political agenda in the region. And this does not work, and I totally agree with my colleagues. It does not work because it has to be. If it is because it's useful, we start to have a chance. So it needs to be useful. I don't know how we do the transition because it's a sociological, political aspect that they were saying just now. And I know that it is not but just by embracing us an imagination in the future, the business plan of a Silicon Valley company. We need to be able to recreate our future imagination where the science is useful for me, technology is useful for me, innovation is useful. Otherwise, it won't be. In the meantime, I am trying to transform my experience into opening a third lane, that this is an emblematic place for that, because in many cases knowledge and the effort of learning was translated into a scientific article, and it was a vehicle for sharing a result. Other times that vehicle is the technological transfer, At other times, it is a patent that needs to be licensed because otherwise it's one more part of a library. Actually, now there is a new vehicle that has characteristics as you have road cars and 4x4s and utilitarian vehicles. That is to create a company that will make an idea viable to startups and especially the deep tech. And I think there is the challenge of methodologies of company building that are made in Latin America. We can be inspired by Denmark, but we need to do it with our logic and to take advantage of the traditional companies, corporate venture capital, how traditional companies with the open investment concept can create an environment that will favor their core business, but also enrich their suppliers and generate a value chain to credit processes in companies that we have failures in the market and we don't know whether that is okay or not, if we are weak in management of these processes. And finally, multiplying cases and experience, because when the concepts are very grandiose and the consequences are very small, you're not walking on your 2 feet. And if you don't walk on your 2 feet, you don't reach too far. So we need to have a greater balance between the concepts and the experiences. So when there is a good experience, we should document it, take advantage of it, and feed it back to the concepts that are the GPS that we need to transform and move forward. Fantastic. It's 4:30 sharp, so we are at the right time to close the panel. So let's give a round of applause to our panelists.
Ha sido un verdadero placer.
It's been a great pleasure. We should build a cloud including words that were mentioned this afternoon. The word bridge, building bridges. To summarize this last panel, Sabrina introduced the Uruguay Innovation Hub program. It's a program, it's a spin-off from Annie, which is very young, and Uruguayans should incorporate it. And we should start thinking that something is going to happen quite soon, and we need to bear those in mind. As Uruguayan, I was pleased to listen to her. She said, we are 10 days away from national elections and nobody is discussing R&D policies. It was interesting also to repeat what Fernando said. In Argentina, this was questioned, and it's interesting how he presented it as an opportunity to rethink what we do, to try somehow to convince others as to the importance of this tool. At the beginning of our session, I said, how can we convince societies that lack many other resources, how to convince them that this leg is important to hold us, that we need to dedicate resources to innovation. What Jose Miguel said in the end was very important. We also need to innovate the political system. So what are the incentives that we need so that innovation gets to them in the political arena? Because we are talking about long-term investments. And the innovation agencies should continue adapting and innovating. So really, this last panel contributed a lot to somehow wind up this activity. And now we'll come to the final session. In closing, we are going to receive 6 participants who are going to share conclusions on the challenges we have to rethink innovation in Latin America. Let me invite Andrés Valenciano, once again, Director of the ECLAC office in Washington, D.C., former Minister of Foreign Trade in Costa Rica. Welcome, Andrés, once again. Let us invite Marcela Melendez, Joint Head Economist for Latin America and the Caribbean for the World Bank. Marcela. Juan David Aristizabal, Leadership Professor at CESA and founder of Talento Latam. Please. Marcela Eslava, Professor of Economics, University of Los Andes, and President of the Association of Economists in Latin America and the Caribbean. Bill Maloney, Head Economist for Latin America and the Caribbean, World Bank Group. A lot of exercise for Bill. And let me remind you that we have a QR code to access information on Bill's latest publication. And I'm also inviting Valeria Di Fiori, resident representative of the World Bank Group in Uruguay. In closing, I would like to ask you, what is your takeaway? What have you learned after today's session? Thinking about the future, what's the next step? What can we do practically? Valeria, you may start. Oh, sorry. We can start over there. Well, I think it was clear that we need a series of public policies and coordination with the private sector so that we can move forward. I would like to point out that when we decide how to rethink innovation in Latin America and the Caribbean, there is not just one Latin America and Caribbean region. There are many. Today, we received experiences from different countries, but the reality in our region is that some topics are more developed than others, where investment in basic education infrastructure, in these different phases of the Rubik Cube, are not present in many countries of the region. And it's necessary to address this topic from the countries we have and not from the countries we would like to have. And that requires strong leadership so as not to fall into the temptation. Everybody's talking about artificial intelligence, and all countries may think that they all need to develop policies and strategies of AI without first resolving basic connectivity issues, basic talent issues, because it may be very attractive to focus on the new trends. But let us not forget, this is a key message that the World Bank has positioned clearly. Let us not forget the building of skills and basic factors of productivity. Another important topic that was not mentioned, which is key, and I bring it to table, when we talk about innovation and talent and STEM careers and training managers, and that's gender, which is a very important topic. If we follow the trend we see today, not only in general terms, demographic change is bringing about a labor force that is smaller and will be reduced over time. And to a large extent, this is explained because women are outside the workforce. If we double click on topics that have to do with technology, innovation, scientific research, this trend increases. So what are we thinking about? Inclusion when addressing innovation. This is something that needs to be highlighted and tabled. Having said so, my takeaway, is a set of important lessons, listening to the voices of different stakeholders. And this is a type of dialogues we need to organize as countries. Neither the public nor the private sector have the answers. We have made the mistake of working from the supply side and not understand the demand side. And in this sense, from the United Nations, we've been suggesting, for example, the clusters strategy around certain sectors and at the level of territories could be a strategy that invite academia, private sector, public sector, so that in a coordinated manner and beyond the ups and downs of electoral politics, we can look at how to structure the strategies that are required to leave this low growth and low productivity trap.
Thank you. I think it's been a fascinating day, and I would like to summarize what I have obtained from the panel that I facilitated. I think that the first thing that is evident for everybody who heard it is that innovation has many shapes and forms, and that we reduce the conversation if we only associate it with AI and digital technologies. We heard three entrepreneurial stories of entrepreneurs who have walked a path and have reinvented their businesses or made stops to walk further with examples of what I think is innovation and the type of innovation that is mostly needed in Latin America and the Caribbean to move the most of the productive sector in the right direction. And another thing that is very important for the entrepreneurs, I'm sure, is the coincidence of cases where the moment of difficulty is a trigger for the innovative decision. I think it's tremendous. Not that we are wishing for pandemics, but we do want. I do believe that there is a connection with the need of the competition, because the competition presents a difficulty. So that means that we need to move to be able to compete, and the difficulty will help us when there is a capacity, and that is a message. They will help us to move. When we had on the stage three people who clearly are very serious, important managers. So the topic of managerial quality, and we had the success stories of three companies that not only survived the pandemic but used it to go up, because there were other managers. We didn't bring those managers to the stage that did not survive the pandemic. So the topic that Bill has tabled of the need to generate managerial capacity is fundamental. And another thing that came out in the panel is regulatory frameworks, and I would like to bring it at the end in two ways, both those that are damaging and complicated, that make life more difficult, that you would rather have thieves instead of the regulators, as the ones that are needed to paint a frame and the field that will allow the private sector to move, and it's clear in the case of renewables. Finally, a comment. Jose Miguel Benavente was saying we need a narrative. The multilateral scandal contribute to that narrative. And I'm personally fascinated with Bale's latest book, because it collects not only 10 years of work and research and innovation, but also a whole life of thinking about this so that he is delivering a narrative to the region. When I read it, I was telling you we have governors or politicians. How do we that will say what can we do quickly? And the thing is, we cannot do it quickly, but we can build a path in the right direction, and Bill's guidelines are useful to create that narrative. And I hope that a lot of people download them and we can take advantage of them.
There's a word that daring to do something, going back to what is essential. Sometimes innovation has to do with helping our kids have the right brains so that as adults they can live happy lives and competitive lives. And we need innovation from early childhood. We start to learn reading, adding, behaving socially. And being courageous means, I was listening to each of the examples. Argentina's por la educación, Startup Chile. There is one element in all of them. And I was thinking of Spain, which is mentioned in the book, the importance of integrating. We have many positive examples in Latin America where things are happening. The world seems to be trying to trap us within our borders, but innovation means learning from others, opening up to others. Thirdly, this audacity will help us understand that when we are before a complex model, we need solutions. And this leads to the following. Our teachers, our universities, companies should move within regulatory frameworks without being punished if they do other types of exercises outside the regulation. In that audacity, there is an important element to evaluate the return on investment for any type of product. It's easy to be enthusiastic about innovation, and oftentimes the private sector or other well-intentioned initiatives do not improve or do not change anything. And the civil society, the academia should pose the question, is this really going to help us become innovative as societies?
I was thinking that we started the day talking about the paradox of innovation that Bill was telling us about, which he described as a high return of innovation, but very low option of innovation, and the low appearance of high growth companies. And I was thinking that during the day there were more paradoxes because we have that low innovation, that low capacity for inventing new things. But today we saw a lot of successful, wonderful experiences that show the possibility of the opposite to happen. And that is even more paradoxical when you think that this subcontinent actually is full of entrepreneurs. Over 30% of the people who work here are entrepreneurs. And that would be, in other countries, it would be 10%, 8%. But the difference is the way that this entrepreneurship is done, implemented. And all that leads me to underline something that has been mentioned, and is the emphasis that from the beginning of the day there has been in forming human capital of people ultimately, in thinking in terms of how economists approach these questions and how we think about them, and to make suggestions, for example, to governments. I think that this invites us to realize that companies are ultimately the product of what there is in people, the entrepreneur that assembles them, the people who join or the company or not. And that makes us change the way that we approach it, because ultimately those companies are understood as a product of those basic capacities that exist. And this leads us again to practical lessons that Bill was mentioning at the beginning, much of what has been gathered from the experiences of education in three fundamental levels. First, the topic of training for entrepreneurial capacities. Bill was very emphatic, and I think it's a very valuable element to think about what part of the strategy of innovation has to be for training of managerial, entrepreneurial skills, and his emphasis was first to evaluate and inform about where we have gaps, then also formation of specific capacities for employability. These companies, these businesses that ultimately step the growth to be nurtured by people who are have the capacity to do what is needed. And I find this basic focus on the basic very valuable, not only as what you learn at school, but also the basic capacities. The evidence that we saw at the beginning, the simple capacity to learn is an element where we have fundamental deficiencies. So I would like to recover that, the emphasis of thinking about capacities from the basic point of view, which will ultimately become the rest. And I think that another fundamental element that was also underlined at the beginning is that there is an additional challenge at what happens in the context where the life projects that many people have are not necessarily aligned with that possibility. The survival needs that in the region are not only what people are trained about, but also it's a life project that these people have. And so training for these capabilities also has to do with how we paint ourselves these life projects that are more satisfactory, but at the same time more integrated with the capacity of producing greater welfare, not only for the person, but for others. And I will stop there so that I can summarize everything that Bill said and let him summarize another part.
I've talked a lot already. First of all, out of the second panel, I understand the importance that despite all we say about artificial intelligence, in the end, innovation covers a series of topics like discovering existing technologies that allow us to pack fruit pulp or pastries. All contributes to add value, is important, and we need to think about innovation broadly. Several of the panels, the problem is that despite the fact that innovation is very popular, no one is against it, right or left. When you think about a national innovation system and include the whole environment where companies operate, it's almost committed to a cause. Jose Miguel and the other agencies have funds to help in research and development, and that's perfect. But the person who's trying to pay taxes or export goods, they cannot fulfill their potential. So somehow, if you are in South Korea and you have the North on top of you, you know why it is important to be in the border. It's a social imperative. Innovation is a social imperative in those cases. That was not so hard with us in this region. So we need to be more religious, I don't know how to say it, to sell this issue of innovation to our countries. Third, the importance of funding risk. In the end, funds came from the Clinton Foundation, and Jose Miguel has different innovation funds. All unicorns in Latin America were funded from abroad. So the risk funding is not a simple fact of mobilizing pension funds. It is important to fail as well, to have the experience of failing. Mentoring these new high-risk companies requires a capacity to develop with experiences in failure is also very important. From Denmark, we learned that it is important to measure impact. Public policy is also an experiment. We need to bet on that, and we have to measure whether it works or not. That's key. And also the need to fail in an optimum manner. Without failures in our public portfolio means we are not doing our job. Jose Miguel made a point which is connected. The contribution of multilateral organizations is to be partners in this experimentation process. Honestly, as sources of funding, they are very, very small. Jose Miguel needs 5 partners to fund one project in one country. That's medium size. So that means we are very, very small. So where do we contribute our added value? In helping experimenting, in really intervening, evaluating, and disseminating lessons learned as public goods. And I hope this is what the World Bank will do in future. Thank you.
So I will be very brief because everything has been said, but some ideas or words or insights in my head. I learned a lot today. First panel, you mentioned audacity, and I would talk about daring and human agency, that innovation that needs a system that to accompany it, but also one person can be an army, as Ajib Banda, president of the World Bank Group. One person with a good idea, with daring, that goes after a dream. We saw it in the first panel, can do great innovations and changes, and no, everything has to be solved or planned, and you can pivot and you can take advantage of crisis to change the business model and bring about new innovations. And I like that a lot. And I also wrote that about the information will kill the story, importance of measuring, of having all this collective knowledge of why innovation is important and why we will devote resources to innovation. And that is why we have to measure and show results and make them public and squeeze the success stories. And long-term, the trust, and these are policies that require stability, persistence through time, and that Uruguay is an example of maintaining policies of state, and these very interesting innovations have been achieved and exported to other countries in the world. I don't want to be the pet of a humanoid, so I hope that all the innovation that we will be supporting goes in the right direction and we do not become pets. The capacity of articulating the importance of articulating in addition to financing. I think that that's key, and we have an important role of multilaterals in helping in that. And I will also keep this message that technology has to be permeated to companies, what Bill was saying, companies of all sizes and all types of activities, and innovation reaches everyone in the economic system. And I hope that this event has been a contribution so that the topic of innovation is in the collective awareness that innovation has to be at the core of growth. And with that, I only have to thank, and I will take a few minutes to thank everyone who was part of all this, starting by the Ministry of Economy and Finance, Minister Arbeleche, Susana Bención, Mónica Sarabia, who have organized this with us in the Uruguay Innovation Hub, Sabrina, Joanna, Christian. It has really been teamwork in the last few months. It's been fabulous to reach this and interesting and enriching. So thank you very much, and thank you for receiving us, Sabrina, at the Innovation Hub in this beautiful place. Our wonderful team of the World Bank in Uruguay, Valeria Bola, Marine Ferrez, Silvia, Marcela, who are at the office and who have done extraordinary work, and I can attest to that work that they have done, how much passion and how much commitment for organizing something in Uruguay that really was at the level that we had wished. I would like to thank all the panelists who have contributed their incredible ideas, their insights, and they have shared their experiences and ideas so generously. Marcela, Eslava, Daniela Viria, Juan Fernando Sánchez, Juan Fernando de la Flor, Juan Manuel Opera, Ignacio Ibarzábal, Ernesto Jagorovsky, Juan David Aristábal, Fernando Peirano, José Manuel Benavente, Andrés Valenciano. Thank you very much. And also our panel, virtual panelist, Cecilie Brockman. And of course, the Bill Maloney's office, the office of the head economist of Latin America who started this project, Marcela Melendez, Maria Jose Uribe, Judy, Jacqueline, Cecilia Fiorella. You were at the beginning and were the ones who kicked off this idea of assembling this event. So thank you and congratulations for achieving something so nice. Lucero, our logistics operator, and all our participants in person and virtually who have devoted time. We know that this is the end of the year. It's a time when everybody's running, everybody's busy. Politically, it's a very special moment in Uruguay. We're all running behind the clock, but we have devoted time to think and contribute to this important topic, and it's worth the time. So thank you very much. And of course, Romina, for her excellent moderation. Valeria, thank you for receiving us and for accompanying us. I just wanted to say that because she did all the thanks, and we also have to thank her. Thank you very much, and let's hope that every reflection, every strategy that was shared today will inspire new actions and will collaborate for us to have more productive future and more prosperous future for all. Have a great rest of the day. Bye-bye.